Welcome to the WARDITV 2025 Championship. It's Championship weekend.
Oh, massive fungal growth comes down and this Bioforce gets caught. That's not the trade Clem can really afford at the moment.
Blaze just going to be seeing the fungal growth come through as well. Oh my god, those parasitic bombs have just killed absolutely everything. Oh my god.
Here we go, Riddle gonna dive in. He does drop a mega fungal on everything. He's gonna refungal as well, as this commitment will happen. It's gonna be on the way already. We're gonna get this Colossus quickly. We dive on it. The Stalk is pulling through for the siege time, but leaves the Colossus unprotected. Units from the other side, SCVs. Clem is now picking up individual Marines to dodge Stalker shots because that's the level that we're playing at.
On the high ground, so the tank will go down. These Banelings are going to get massacred though as Clem just says no.
And you're ready to blow up on the Adepts. Oh, the worst Adept shade of all time.
Classic is your WARDITV 2025 champion. .40 dominance.
Hello, everybody. Oh, that's me from yesterday. I thought it was me from today because I still have my WARDITV hoodie on. Oops. Hello. How we doing? How we doing? Let me just reset a couple of things now that we're live. And yeah, hello and welcome. We're going to start the day off with Lambo versus herO as top. Winner of that likely plays Clem in the second round. There's a couple of interesting matches first round, but I think this one just leads us into Clem's section. Clem also potentially then plays Classic or Cure. We could have also gone Cure Nikoract winner versus Classic winner into maybe Clem or Lambo as well. I think there's just multiple options as per usual, basically. So, yeah. So, yeah, that's what's going on. It is WARDITV Mondays. It is another Monday, the 80th edition of this Monday Cup series. Amazing to have made it so far. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us and being here early. Always a pleasure to be here with you guys on the Mondays and excited to see how the games are going to turn out today. Excited to see what kind of stuff we get, what kind of games we get, and who will crown themselves as a Monday champion. As last week we had the PvPs dominating through into the entire tournament. In the top four, it was all PvP. It was Classic to come out on top against herO to take his, I think, 7th WARDITV Monday event. Yeah, Classic with 7 wins now, really making his own distinction in this kind of group of players who are kind of winning multiple of these Monday Cups. It's still kind of crazy. This is our 80th edition. Clem's 122, MaxPax 21, herO 19, Classic 7, Solar 3, Bion 2. Those are still the only 6 players to have ever won more than one of these tournaments. Again, the dominance at the highest level in these cups is pretty crazy, to be honest. Pretty crazy. So, yeah, it's some crazy business. We're going to go into Lambo's game, like I mentioned first, guys, to start us off here. And we're going to go for that in a couple of moments. So, Lambo versus herO is top for the opening game. And opening best of 3 today. Kicking this off in just a couple of moments. So, getting this ready to start off. And, like I say, kicking this into some action. Let's see what will happen as we count on down. Tourmaline going to be our opening game. We have walkovers in about 8 minutes, so we'll kind of obviously be checking in on those, but otherwise should be a pretty smooth start of the day. A lot of regulars here today. Zaun Rogue lining up maybe to play in the round of 16. It could be a banger. Solar Creator as well in the round of 16 could be great. Rex, Geralt, and herO in the same section. MaxPax and Yakov is a round of 16 if the favorites win out. Shameless against Ryung or Alex, and then Percival against Bion is very likely. It's a good bracket if you ask me. As we kick off into it, then let's get this started. We are going to have ourselves in the top right hand side of the map, the blue Zerg player. This is going to be Lambo, and he starts off repping the Shopify Rebellion against the purple Protoss in the bottom left-hand side. herO is top for some ZVP action. Piling down to the top side right away to start us off. And yeah, we are just going to get cheesy as Lambo is going to open with a 15 pool, so he's going to be super safe in these early stages. So he is not messing around, which suggests that, yeah, we're probably going to have ourselves a Probably going to have ourselves a pretty aggressive starting point, but Lambo clearly knows that something is coming because, like I say, that pool first just suggests that he's very aware of kind of what's going on here and what is kind of happening and so on and so forth. So, yeah, I think he is, like I say, pretty knowing about how things are looking at the moment as we get set up. So the pool comes out. Obviously, we've not seen this proxy just yet, so we don't know about it. But like I say, the blind early pool is going to be of a major aid in kind of figuring out what exactly is going on and what we want to do about it. We have an Overlord that's tracking its way down to the bottom left. The hatchery coming up on the natural here. Lambo already making a good chunk of lings. And like I say, he's going to start taking some of these across the map already. So a few lings will go out across the other way. Queen on the way. The funny thing is that these lings... Okay, the probes are apparently going to pull anyways. These lings are going to probably intercept the probes in the middle of the map. The Overlord is about to see them, unless they go around the far left side. Alright, he just sees them. That means that Lambo, if he saw those, should probably be pulling these lings back, because there's not going to be much else for him to do over on the other side of the map. He starts a spine crawl up. Maybe he wants to ensure that there's zero mining continuing. The problem is that you've essentially done here as hacker as top. You've essentially basically just said, well, that's it. Like, I cannot build any more units than this. He's actually supply blocked right now with 2 more zealots on the way, so could have done with 1 more pylon. And like I say, I mean, this gets a little bit awkward. The lings not being here definitely kind of sucks for Lambo. 1 spine crawler going down. We're going to be seeing the other spine crawler building in the corner. Lambo's just going to run around and wait a little bit. He's got another queen on the way. He's got 8 more lings on the way. All of these are things which obviously help you in the long term. He's going to run down to the low ground and mine here, so until the spawning pool dies, that's kind of fine. She's going to turn around and take the fire into the probes, and eventually we just have the zealots left. And yeah, with the lings showing up, there should be plentiful on the defense for Lambo in the end. A little scary for a couple of moments, and obviously it was not easy, but like I say, the 3 zealots are the only zealots we really have. Lambo is not done yet. Remember that those probes obviously very much so just here to be fighting. Yeah, we're going to type GG. It did look as though it was over, but we had like 1 more wave. Maybe he could have waited for the 2 extra zealots and tried. But yeah, obviously I don't think that's necessarily going your way. Lambo takes the opening game just like that. Alrighty, so Lambo with the opening map win. And then we'll hop into game 2 here in a couple of moments as we get ready for game 2 of this to kick off and go into some more games. Invalid map, love that for me. Alright, gonna be White Rabbit for game 2. When will the rest of Team Liquid vs Noise Jenner be played? Yeah, I don't know, man. Like, if I could sort of scheduling issues out and stuff like that quickly, we would have just had it done on the same day. So yeah, I can't fix that one as quickly as you wish, unfortunately. Thank you, BGF89, first of all, by the way. 1 year resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for priming us up. And also, D64 coming in with the 777 bits. Thanks a lot for running the Team League. Been watching it all from VODs. Hell yeah, glad you're enjoying. Sorry for the disjointedness of it, but we're kind of getting there. We're kind of getting there. Obviously, another play day tomorrow. If I had to guess, Liquid vs Jinner will probably be cast on Thursday, because that's my like replay catch-up day for the rest of the league, basically. So if it is played by then, which it should be, I would imagine. I can't imagine it's going to be taking more than a couple of days to get played. Thursday is probably when it gets played. I just don't know for sure still. I'm still in the process of trying to figure that out. So yeah, not 100% sure just yet. The SCV and a couple of drones will continue to come about here. Let's just bring those up. Spawning pool is going to be on the way in as well, so we get that started. And yeah, just see where we're going to take things as the setup continues. For a couple of moments, the SCV is still cranking out of the command center. We do have the Overlord heading down across the map as well. So again, making some moves, getting in position. Seeing a little bit of what's going on early on. Now, obviously, there you have a Terran this time, so it's going to be a random player rolling into Terran, and he's going to open with the command center first. So from the extreme proxy Protoss cheese to the extreme Terran economy cheese, essentially the greed of the triple command center. Some would call this economic cheese, but yeah, in generally speaking, we just have ourselves a very solid setup to begin with. And we're going to get that underway and see where we take it. But yeah, guys, I'm hoping to get as much of the Team League wrapped up on Thursday as possible, so that we have at least a week knowing what the playoffs look like. The Shopify matches are still a bit more up in the air, because that's a bit more of a complicated situation, so I can't really speak to those ones just yet, basically. But hopefully I'll have some information for you guys soon. It is all being worked on, just trying to figure it out. Alright, orbitals in the barracks coming through, just going to be getting set up. There's going to be a couple things actually getting in here early. Sorry, I was looking at chat and stuff. Yes, we got a couple things in. Actually going to go for a second SCV. Obviously CC first, so there's no reason to keep the Lings at home against a Reaper, because there was no Reaper initially. Now there is a Reaper, but we're kind of past the point of that being all too problematic. Ling going to show up, get taken down, so 3 SCVs go down in total. So have the Ling speed, the hatchery, the drone and the Overlord continue to build. The Reaper and the SCV will come out the front. A reactor and a tech lab coming on down on the SCVs, and with the SCVs in production as well, so we bring a lot of that up and into play, and get a lot of this rolling initially. Alright, we're going to move through. Queen is going to get jumped on. Creep Tumor gets picked off. Couple Queens just going to be there. Reaper again chased out. Third hatchery goes down from Lambo on the third base. Just going to put that in position. As the Reaper hops up toward the high ground. Just trying to see a little bit of what's going on. What's up, Yachtmaster? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let's do have that Reaper bop it in. A couple of grenades going down and the drone's getting hurt. Yeah, thank you so much for the Prime. We are raining Primes at the start of the day. What a Monday it is. Let's just see the Reaper gonna get back out onto the map, and away it goes. Alright, let me just sorry, I'll just follow this Reaper a second, guys. I just have to give someone a walk over quickly. Sorry guys, one complication. I need to try and chase Rex down. He just topped servers. Alright, one more upgrades, land the Bane nest coming through, sorry. Is that the rest of the Reaper going down? I think so. A few seconds coming about, the Fusion Core coming through, a couple SCVs, and the Marines coming around. Again, Bane nest and the lag coming through. Creep Teamers, Extractors coming about here for a couple of moments, and we get that all set up. So yeah, Lings and the Overlords continue through. Just having ourselves a couple of moments. See where we continue with this. A fourth hatchery comes down over on the left-hand side. A few Zerglings going to be running about as well, and the Lings just going to open themselves onto a set of rocks and just pick through that. A couple of BCs coming up, the Yamato cannon is on the way, but again the infantry upgrades behind this, so we got ourselves the double BC opening into the bio follow-up, because, well, that's the kind of game that we're watching right now in the first round. We got to get some fun in there on the first round warm-up, you know. We got to get a little bit of spice thrown into the mix. So both those BCs coming by, just going to be seeing the 8 Banelings, the 22 Zerglings, the double Evolution Chamber all coming up. The Lings will take down the rocks here, so we're able to open up a bit of space if nothing else. And the few Marines poking forward, just trying to chase that Overseer out of the main base as well. It's just looking to push that away. And those Zerglings still gathering together. Melee upgrades coming through, Bane speed coming up, and the hatchery is going to be finishing on the fourth in a few moments. Lambo's preparation against these BCs is going to be the Queens, and they're all massively grouped together. Creep spreading here so we can kind of close the lack of creep between some of the bases as well, which obviously will go a long way to helping too. Gonna drop the initial teleport in with the double BC. Straight on top of the Queens. Obviously, plenty of transfusions available. Damage starts to be done. Obviously, the main goal here is to keep as many Queens alive as long as possible, and then hopefully we can actually kill these BCs off. First BC gets low, but does get away. The problem is now only one BC, way less damage output. These Queens drop a lot slower. We save both BCs, and they maybe cancel a fifth hatchery, but that's just not what you want from this, is we're not going to drop the mules for the repair. Lambo will lose an Overlord. His Spire now building as he knows what's up, but he was very prepared for this. Yeah, very prepared for this. It's a lot of Ling Bane gathering. Double Spire on the way through. Melee upgrades coming up. Drones and the Queens coming about. Just going to see the few Overlords out the front as well, just hanging around there. It's going to be seeing the couple of BCs will take a chance to float forward into the main base. Going to be having Queens here already. Bunch of those Queens going to fire. Double BC going to go bang bang. These BCs are still on cooldown though, so we're going to lose one of them. So the Yamato was nice, but actually losing the BC not quite so great. The mules are here to try and repair. Save the day. And actually, obviously, you have the extra BCs to teleport in. I mean, the Spire is just not here yet, so this is the moment where it's actually a little annoying for Lambo, and he will start to take some damage. But as soon as these Corruptors are here, these BCs, 2 out of 3 are going to be on cooldown when Corruptors pop. So there's no teleporting away for them. Lambo currently mass building spores to try and get himself the answer to these battle cruisers up and running. The Spire is found, but is not found in time. If you find that any earlier, you can kill it off before the Corruptors get made. That would be massive, but yeah, obviously in this case, you do get 7 Corruptors coming through. Like I say, 2 of these BCs should be on cooldown still of teleport when these Corruptors are popping. So it's going to be kind of close, actually. And 2 more BCs just flew in. Okay. Maybe the Ling Bane should go counterattack, because the Ling Bane is not really doing much right now, and counterattacking could at least start to put something of a hindrance into this game. Lambo's building a Spire in every base he owns, by the way. He's got 3 Spires on the way, because all he needs is 1 more Spire to finish to actually be able to build another round of Corruptors. Would be huge for him. Yeah, these Lings are going to counterattack. They will do a lot. If few Corruptors do show up, we are going to not get rid of that first BC. Wow, he teleports it like 2 seconds away. The Spire gets killed. Mules are going to drop down. We're going to commit these Corruptors in. I don't hate that. We're going to kill 2 of the 4 BCs that are here. BCs are just very bad against Corruptors, because Corruptors are so tanky. So the BCs actually don't do a lot of damage to the Corruptors over time. What's really good for the BCs is Yamatoing the Corruptors. Like I say, the Ling Bane counterattack just makes a ton of sense. herO's top has nothing on the other side of the map, so Lambo can at least guarantee himself the cleanup over here with those Lings and Banes. And then it basically means that this BC attack is all in, but the moment that Lambo gets more Corruptors out, well, I say that he's going to finish 2 Spires. Does he want to let 2 finish? I think he wants to cancel 1 if he can, so he can afford it. He actually let both finish. I was wondering if it's just going to come down to every possible Corruptor. He doesn't have gas mining on this base, so his gas count currently limited, 100 gas remaining, but he is mining gas off both of these bases, so that's big. And he got spores up there as well, and he's now shutting down the setup, so there's not going to be a follow-up to this either, so that's also a big deal. I think Lambo's going to buy enough time, and the group of BCs is not going to be able to save the day in the end. herO's top genuinely made this a little bit scary for Lambo. There's the Spire going down, but like I say, that's why the backup Spire is really nice. The only scary thing right now for Lambo is that Yamatos are going to be back, so you're going to lose a chunk of Corruptors almost immediately. So that's not ideal. We've got a few more Corruptors on the way through. He just wants to get every single Corruptor he can. He's down to just this 1 base. He's expanding elsewhere at the same time. Lings are still counterattacking. Yamato onto 1 of the spores. The problem is if you teleport away, what do you really gain by teleporting away? You kind of have to stay here and fight, because you're not teleporting away to do anything. So if you teleport away, you just give Lambo time to get more Corruptors up. GG and good luck next. I'm sure Lambo's going to shake his head at that one and be like, God damn it, what the hell did I just have to play against? It's going to be Lambo to move on through 2-0 over herO's top into the round of 16. Clem is in game with his opponent. I do think our plan is probably to wait for the Clem Lambo match. Let me show you guys with a bracket then. We'll take a second just to dive in together and have a peek at what's going on today and what's happening. So we dive in together and have a little look-see. So at the top of the bracket, we've got Classic, last week's winner, coming in as the 1 seed. He will play either herO or Nikoract in the round of 16, as herO and Nikoract is randomized into 16 and 17 seeds. Gives them a bit of a brutal setup when it comes to working through this bracket. Now, herO's TVP has been looking better again lately. We'll see how he fares against Classic in this one. So that is going to be Classic against herO or Nikoract. Lambo moves through. He will play Clem more than likely in the round of 16. He's obviously sharing this section of the bracket with Classic for the round of 8. If he gets there through Clem. And then Zaun already advancing. He will likely play against Rogue. So Zaun Rogue is going to be a matchup. And then also herO already through that. You go Zaun Rogue. Becoming available right now. So Zaun Rogue is going to be starting up shortly. We could go for something like Zaun Rogue, guys, instead of waiting for Lambo Clem. I just like this because we could go Clem Lambo. Then we could jump into like the end of the Classic matchup, and then we have a round of 8. And I just think I like this section because if Lambo beats Clem, I like it anyways. Because Lambo I think is very fun in the ZVP if he plays Classic, and if it's herO, well then I'm excited to see which of them makes the semifinals, which is kind of a rare appearance for either of them, right? So I like that section. I think this section is fun. So I think we're gonna go Lambo Clem. We're just waiting on Clem. If you guys have any qualms with that, let me know. Otherwise, Creator is going to probably be playing against Solar. herO going to play against Rex or Geralt. MaxPack's going to be playing Yakov more than likely, unless Eba can get the ZVZ upset. Shameless is going to be playing against Ryung, and Percival will likely play Bion unless there's an upset there as well. Yeah, this bottom side of the bracket is less exciting, maybe. A lot of TVT potentially in this bottom area. herO and MaxPack's likely a round of 8 here, which is why I think this section is the most fun. This section I think is very fun too, but this section is the most fun. The top half of the bracket is definitely my favorite part of the bracket today, so I think that's what we're going to be paying some attention to and probably keeping our eyes on. So if that sounds good to you guys, we'll probably go for it like that. Probably. Probably. So yeah, I think we'll do that and go from there. Otherwise, how's everyone doing? Welcome to the stream. Nice early start on the Monday. Half an hour in. Plenty to go through. Plenty to cover. So yeah, lots coming up. Lots coming up. Cool. 20 more weeks until WARDITV Mondays number 100. I know. When does that bring us to? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Middle of August. Oof. If nothing, if we don't get disrupted, middle of August or towards the end of August, maybe if we miss one. It's very rare we miss one, because if we miss one, we generally catch it up the same week. So, yeah. Crazy. Alright, we will resume here real soon, guys. Just getting back on track in a couple of moments and getting ready to go into some more games. Like I said, we're just kind of waiting for Clem to come out of game with Coca. I guess Coca might be streaming that, so maybe we can have a point of view from him. See what they're up to. Coca's currently scouting Clem. So they're just early into game 2, I believe. What's Inu casting? He's on Q and Nikoract. We can take a little peek at this while the Clem game is currently ongoing, guys, so we can have a little look at Q up 1 against Nikoract, and is apparently attacking into what might be a game-ending kind of fight. So this is from Inu stream, so no game sounds, but we are going to be seeing Nikoract is looking to basically defend his third base, which has already fallen. He gets a good wraparound on the army, so he's going to lose the base, kill all the tanks. He's going to be in basically kind of counterattack, kind of go mode. Like, it's one of those moments where you just have to send it and just go across the map and just hope that your opponent gave up too much army here. So that's going to be the plan as we send it straight across to the other side. 2 upgrades all coming in. The Marine tank on the way up. The Marines coming in from Nikoract as well. Marines and Medevac still producing through for a couple of moments right now. Anti-armor missile going to land on those Marines. Senstar still setting up. Marines are going to push through. The SCVs are going to come along. The tanks will siege. Just going to be seeing the SCVs still pulling through as well. The tanks continuing to get dropped. So a bunch of those tanks going down right now. And again, just having Marines, tanks, SCVs all continuing to push on through. Well, QA holds is the TLDR here, and obviously with a worker lead and an army lead, it looks very good for him, so it does feel as though Q is probably going to get the chance to play Classic in the round of 16. It's a fun matchup. Be interested to see the result of that one. We may even keep an eye on any stream if he's covering it. Keep an eye on what happens there, because I feel like that's kind of an interesting match. As Nikoract is fighting with unsieged tanks, has to GG. His TVT unfortunately just does not quite line up to the strength of his TVP as of late, so will be GG on that one. Yo, what's up, Kid Crumb? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. How you doing? Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for priming us up. Hope you're doing great. Thank you so much for using that Prime on the channel. Loads of Primes this morning, guys. What's up? Thank you so much. Lots of subs early. I think we've just had more subs in the first 30 minutes of the Monday stream than we had in the majority of the Team League over the weekend. It's always funny. All right, we're going to be resuming through shortly then, guys, as we get set to roll. Ba-da-boom, ba-da-boom. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-ba-da-boom. What's the Sean DeWolf? Tell the dog we said hi. Thanks for the cast. I will do. I'm sure she'll be here later when I have food. Say hi to the stream. She's been lingering around already. Clem just came out of game, so I'm going to presume that Clem is likely done. That was already a game 2. We know it wasn't game 1, so unless there's been a serious upset in the Clem-Coca matchup, we're probably going to get into the Clem-Lambo game fairly shortly. Unless, like I say, if they go back in game, then I can be surprised about it, but we can see. Yeah, rest of the bracket is filling in. Iba did, by the way, I mentioned Yakov. Iba did actually get the upset over Yakov. He actually 2-0s Yakov, so Iba beats Yakov. And now has to play against MaxPax, which is not going to be fun for him, but hey, that's actually a cool result for our young Zerg player. Young British Zerg coming through and getting himself a 2-0 over Yakov is not easily done, so that's a great result. Like I say, Clem is out of his game and just no result in the bracket yet. Other results, Percival did advance on. He's playing Bion. So MaxPax versus Iba. Seamus versus Ryong. Percival versus Bion. Geralt and Rex still playing. The winner of that plays herO. Solo did advance to play against Creator. Zaun is playing Rogue. Lambo waiting for the Clem result to be confirmed. And Classic will be playing Q, as we just saw the end of that Q and Nikoract game going on as well. Where's Yakov from? Russia? Yeah, he's Russian. MaxPax herO would be insane. Yeah, I know, but every time we watch MaxPax herO, it's like a 12-minute PvP fiesta. And instead, we could be watching Clem versus someone else. I know, we probably should put more emphasis on watching I think the thing is like, I feel like I see Clem and herO enough anyway. And the fact it's PvP, like, I'm already satisfied. We could watch MaxPax versus herO, or MaxPax versus a top Protoss pretty much every week in this Monday Cup if we wanted to. And the thing is that sometimes we have to watch that, and like I say, it's the less popular thing, right? So, yeah, I gotta cast some Clem. I gotta get the YouTube content rolling, because the Team League games are not great for YouTube. Because it's best of ones and different players and stuff, so it doesn't work well on the YouTube upload. So I'm probably going to and basically like a lot of what I've cast over the last 2 to 3 weeks is no good for my YouTube uploads, and as such, I need to try and focus on getting us some more YouTube content. So I'm gonna cast the Clem games. Oh, I mean, Lambo against anyone in this bracket is fun as well. Like, as you know, competent Zerg who can definitely show up and perform is also very cool. Also very cool. I'm gonna drop the lobby link down. We'll get this ready to go. Just gonna report it as a 2-0 for him against Coca, presuming that that's already wrapped up. And we get ready for this TVZ, guys. So everyone is joining us here, and we should be good to go in just a few moments. Clem readying, Lambo going, Chiela cheffing, and we should be good to start this off in just a few seconds. So kicking this into play. Let's get into 10,000 feet. So, it's the best of 3, and it's the round of 16 of WARDITV Mondays 80. The 80s begin. It's crazy to think of, because when you look back and you look at like the 70s of the WARDITV Mondays, it began with a bit of a... It began in a tumultuous time where Trigger had won a couple weeks beforehand in 68, Laser would make the finals in 69, and then the finals of edition 70 was Bunny versus Showtime. Bunny won out. And it felt like we were about to have a very kind of exciting kind of period of the Mondays. And then bam, bam, bam. herO, Maxpacks, herO, Maxpacks, Maxpacks, Classic, Clem, Maxpacks, Classic were the winners since then. So it got back to normal. So the 70s started off with a bang, but yeah, kind of crazy to think back to. As yeah, we'll see what the 80s bring us. Maybe the 80s will be the time for another Zerg champion at some point. Maybe it's a time where Lambo will at some point be able to show us something of an upset. As wait a second, Clem is playing Protoss. My brain just did not process this at all for a moment. Clem is playing Protoss, so Clem is going to play a bit of PVZ instead of trying to play some TVZ. So that's kind of funky. I mean, we know Clem is obviously very good with Protoss, and he's obviously got to practice his Protoss on the ladder a bit as well, so he has to play all the matchups. So I can get to see Clem's PVZ here and see what he can do going into this game number 1 currently. Why is Clem playing Protoss against Zerg? Yeah, great question. I have no idea. Just got here when his solo on. We are hopefully going to catch solo a bit later. As usual with the stream title on these Open Cups, I try and pick some players that we're very likely to follow, but obviously they're never quite a guarantee. So we'll try and catch some solo later, as long as the bracket lines up. Yeah, it's like I say, I sometimes people always come in like, I came for herO games, you didn't cast any herO. I'm like, well, I didn't know when I made the stream title of the YouTube he was going to lose in the round of 16 to Max Packs today, you know? But yeah, that'll be hopefully a bit later on. We catch some solo, catch some more Zerg games. We will see. It is just an Open Cup, and anything could happen. Alright, so Zealot and Adept is going to fight against a couple of Zerglings here initially. Just going to throw this back and force it away for a couple of moments, trying to see what we can do. Hey Wardy, hello, how you doing? Good to see you all on the YouTube. If you're on the YouTube, please ask just for half a moment you scroll down and just give that like button a little click. Subscribe if you do not already. We are on the slowest push of all time to 50,000 YouTube subscribers. It's really stalled out over the last month or so, so I need to get back on promoting it. So give those buttons a click, and you can get excited about this Ling drone pull as we are going into the main base. The Oracle is on the way out. This pylon is extremely important because we kind of need the Oracle to help us here. The Ling drone gets in. Lambo is going to be able to do a lot. Mining out that left-hand side mineral patch. Going to open up a bunch of space here. 6 drones going down. The probe's starting to play cleanup. A pylon coming online. Even the Stargate being depowered for a significant amount of time, though, is pretty serious. Because what happens is that just the Stargate not being able to build it, like, yes, you will get an Oracle out, but by then you should have had 2 Oracles, right? So the overall defense of this continues to be delayed. We are once again having to defend this pylon. It's going to go down. The Oracle going to get delayed further. We drop the recall to bring an Adept up to the high ground. We're going to have to give up the low ground in this scenario here from Clem, but I don't think this is looking ideal in the slightest, to say the least right now. It's not looking great. Those Ling's going to wrap around on the Zealot. The Adept going to shade away at least, but there's the Oracle. Energy recharge onto it. That's the thing as well, right? Energy recharge only just now goes on cooldown, right? So it's going to take a little second or two as well. And yeah, just later Oracle, late energy recharge. Clem is not dead yet, but it's not looking great. I don't know if I like him targeting the pylon here, Lambo. I don't think there's much to gain from that. Oracle, obviously, I mean, there's a second pylon now. I guess as Oracle is defending the main base rather than defending the stuff on the low ground, the cyber core and the gateway down here, things you generally would have liked to have kept alive. Feelings peel back up into the main. Oracle's about to be out of energy. Second one just popped. This is not going to have as much energy as the first because energy recharge is cooling down, although maybe we can get that back on track. Clem is still up 12 workers, but obviously you're playing against a Zerg who has now just killed your natural, and you can absolutely drone up their own expansion as well, right? So Lambo flooding through into this main base again. I think at this point the main is safe for Clem. The Oracle energy is still an issue, so that's actually a little bit of a too hopeful statement. We have energy recharge if we have the energy on the Nexus, which we'll have in a couple of seconds. Then we can get these Oracles to be a bit more active again. Right now, these probes are just being stopped from mining, which is obviously a major annoyance as well. There's one Oracle that can put some damage out and start firing again. And now we have another Oracle popping. That should truly be the end of this now, as Lambo is already during this, though, caught up on workers and soon to surpass Clem on workers as well, as I'd imagine, and Clem is no closer to taking the expansion down to the low ground. Link's still just trying to force the Oracles to activate and pop their energy a little bit too soon. Killing a few more probes as well. Just being freaking annoying at the end of the day. These Lings are not stopping. They are going to continue to go. They put a lot of work in as a couple of Oracles continue to chase out. Lings being chased for a couple of moments. The Oracles pull back along. The Lings through the natural back into the main base. Another Oracle shows up, so the 3 Oracles and the 2 Zealots gather up together. And Queen and the drone still coming through. Hatchery coming up. A couple more drones. I mean, Lambo just going to be continuing to pursue into a much better position. Clem loses a probe on the low ground. We will finally maybe be able to start taking the natural, but by the time Clem's set up on a natural, Lambo is likely going to be on another wave of aggression with another kind of massive army, I'd imagine. Or just kind of the next phase of this game in general, I feel like is likely going to be his approach. So I feel like that's more than likely going to be what we kind of go for here. There's a bunch of Oracles, like I said, just cruising around and waiting for their chance to maybe get feisty. Actually going to maybe put some damage across the map. To be fair, Lambo obviously has been slow in like Queen production and so as well, so that's something of a factor to think on too. You see that Oracle still coming about. It's going to see the Lings chasing down for another probe. Every probe we get is going to be another point of pain in this game. Those Oracles all gathering about then. Just going to be seeing the hatchery coming through. Things producing. I mean, we can do some control of this game with the Oracles, but Clem still needs to get this natural up and running. He's on his way to Blink. So, I mean, he's making some progress. Like, he's stepping himself toward a couple of positions here that can generally help him over time. Oracles just attacking. A couple of those Lings going down already, being chased away. See the Oracles gathering. Do 4 Oracles have enough firepower to dive? I guess double Spore Crawler says no. Spores actually do chunk Oracles down a little bit, so if there's 2 of them, it probably is not something we can really genuinely commit into. Stalkers here just getting caught. Oracles all activating their energy. Okay, we clean up some Lings, but again, it's a major cost to Clem, who needs the Stalker count. Otherwise, this game is going nowhere for him. And as Lambo builds the Hydra Den, there's about to be an answer to these Oracles. And the moment that there's an answer to these Oracles, things are going to be, things are going to be very tough. Very, very tough. Just going to be seeing that Stasis still catching a few drones on the Queen. The Hydrogen finishing up. The Evolution Chamber coming along. Drones and Lings continuing by. Muscular Augments still building up here as well. We got the Blink on the way through from Clem. And we just have ourselves the Oracles going to hang about. by the front of that base as well to try and see what else is going on. Stalker's just going to fire. Queen's taking some shots. The Extractor taking some hits. Lings want to run through here initially. Just going to see that Stasis catching a couple of Zerglings. The Oracle's still sitting overhead. Stalker's going to blink back away from those Zerglings too. Just backing out of here. Stalker's still trading. The Spore Crawler's still taking a few more shots. Got a little transfusion down. The Lings and the Queen's going to run down this low ground and again just have themselves a chance to put some pressure on. 9 more Hydras producing through. The Muscular Augments and the +1 missiles building as well. Gateway and the battery all producing, but we gotta do some damage here as Clem. He's gonna dive in the main. He's gonna get rid of, okay, he kills actually the Spore and a couple of Hydras maybe right off the bat. He's gonna lose 1 Oracle here, but he killed like 3-4 Hydras. Now he loses a second Oracle. Delivered a lot less for losing the second one. He's poking at the front because he does have Stalkers with Blink, so he can try and find a bit of damage as well. Down 17 workers, down 10 army supply. Clem trying to just drag himself back into this game some way and somehow. Hydras and Lings continue to produce through. The missile upgrade continue to come up as well for the moment. Nexus continues about again. Pylon, the assembler coming through. Stasis coming into place as well. Just seeing our groove spines and the missile upgrade still building. Hydras wanting to maybe get involved. A few of the Stalkers going to try and go after the Hydras. They're going to blink away in the end. Just stepping out of here for a couple of moments. Stalkers will continue to trade. Those Oracles still gathering again, just seeing Ling Hydra building up. The groove spines coming through. The Nexus and the probes and the Pylon continue to come about as well. Let's get the rest of this coming by. The Ling Hydra still stepping forward and just going to try and dive into a couple of these Stalkers right now. A couple of those Stalkers being picked away at, and really feels as though we're about to get to a Hydra count that's just going to be too much, right? Like, this game has been against Clem for quite some time at this point. It really feels like we're getting to a stage where there should come to a solution, like I say, kind of sooner rather than later here. And it will be in Lambo's favor, because as he pushes up, there's just not enough Stalkers to really fight against this. The Oracles are going to go hunting for some kind of units across the map and just again try and catch some reinforcements and so on. Why the heck not? Hydra's still chasing. The Stalker's taking a bit more damage. The Lings maybe taking some more damage as well. Still taking a few more shots there. Stalker's trying to get back up around the top side. Lambo, 120 supply to Clem 67. And Lambo going to be up a game in this round of 16. I wonder if Clem swaps to Terran for game 2. I think I honestly think he's probably going to be full committed to Protoss, to be honest. Those Lings wrap around. Stalkers just going to get caught on the low ground. Hydras are pushing in. And that initial Ling drone pull from Lambo was absolutely deadly in the end. Took a long time to finally see the result of it, right? 30-minute game, but Clem has really been dead for the majority. Just one of those scenarios where with the Oracles, you don't quite die. You keep some pressure up. You keep yourself kind of in the game. And it's going to be GG as we head into a game 2 in a couple of moments with Lambo having a 1-0 lead against Clem. Alrighty. Any other results coming through to talk about, guys? Not really. Still Rex and Geralt playing, so I don't know if that still will play against herO when we get there, but until then, not too much else happening. Clem still says Protoss in the initial lobby here. Go GLHF, and it looks as though we're going to jump into a game 2. Clem, like I say, still set as Toss. Lambo set as Zerg. Yeah, I wonder if Clem just tries to go the whole way. I wonder if he would actually try and go the whole way as Protoss. Be very interesting, couldn't it? I'm just going for the full hurrah. Alright, let's go. PVZ game number 2. As we have in the top left-hand side, the blue Protoss player is going to be Team Liquid's Clem. In the bottom right, our red Zerg is going to be Lambo. So, game 2 of this best of 3. Kick this off, we get this going, and we look to see whether Lambo can keep it up. Clem will get one back. Clem does get the block on the hatchery low ground, so sorry, doesn't get the block on the hatchery low ground, so Lambo does get that straight down. That probe does not get there in time. Lambo predicts it, gets the earlier hatch, and gets away with that, so that's a major positive right away for him. And yeah, just the probe across the map is the excitement of this one so far here. There's the spawning pool coming down. So hatch pool, no gas just yet, so hatch pool and then the gas to follow after that. Alright, so hatch pool, now the gas. And yeah, there's the gateway from Clem, and we'll see what the setup looks like. Obviously, no kind of cheeky minerals to wall out to kind of, you know, create a run-by pathway for you in this game, so that's already one thing we can kind of look at and say is maybe not going to happen compared to last time around. Like, at the very least, that should look a bit different. Is Clem thinking about switching to Protoss? I mean, he ought to just play as Protoss. I honestly would probably say just no. He probably isn't. He's probably just fancies playing in a Monday Cup as Protoss. You know, dude has won like 22 of these things. He's not probably kind of desperate to win another. He's probably just happy. Kind of feels like he wants to play something a bit different today or so. Try it out. Maybe challenges himself. Maybe says, hey, can I win a Monday Cup purely with Protoss? Like, not just kind of rolling it versus Terrans. The only thing, it wouldn't really count as him. I don't know if it would count if he won it with Protoss, unless he played TVT. he mains Protoss in a Monday Cup, and when he gets to a Terran, he plays Terran versus Terran against them. Like that's almost like actually playing Protoss for Clem. Otherwise, it's kind of cheating, you know. As going to see the couple of Zerglings will chase the probe away off to the side, so probe pushed over to the edges just for a couple of moments. We have the couple of Lings still chasing that probe, so that is the excitement for now. It's going to be swapped out for the Adept, though. And so the Lings will not do too much with the Adept there. The Adept will also not go shooting in too haphazardly. You want to see Clem playing random? It'd be cool to see some genuine random attempts of playing these cups. The problem with playing random is sometimes, like, at some point you're probably just going to RNG your way into the matchups you need at the right time. If you play enough cups as random. Still impressive, though, obviously. Well, the Adepts will threaten across the map, but he's going to keep them back, so Clem's a little bit wary of what may be coming just in case Lambo's being aggressive again. Does not want these Adepts to be on the map getting caught off guard. Instead, hold them back and use them for defense. That means much less harassment onto the Zerg mineral line, which means a much cleaner early game for Lambo, so there's a major positive there right from the get-go. Have the couple overlords and the queens continuing through. And Zep's going to grab a Ling. And the Adepts gather around, just moving through. Just coming around that left-hand side. That hatchery, send them for a couple of moments. A couple oracles back up to the top side. Just going to be seeing the Adepts are going to be there. Just going to be seeing the couple of Adepts moving through. And again, the blink coming up. Gateway and the Nexus coming about. Those things still gathering. Roach roaring drones. Zerglings and the Overlord continue to produce at the moment. These Adepts, 5 of them, going to chase their way forward right now. So just going to go for a bit of a push down. Things wrap around. Adepts are going to be getting courteous. A couple of Adepts falling. The Queens trying to be there to push the Oracles back a little bit as well. Not quite able to just yet. Still got the Stalker and the Blink coming around. Probes in the gateway coming through. And gather over on the left side with a group of units as well currently. Adepts just trying to get in position, trying to see what's going on. The Queens will gather up. Again, Hydrogen Extract is coming through. The Blink probes in the Forge continue to come about. And yeah, these Stalkers are going to be continuing to build up from Clem in the near future. So again, that Stalker count growing. He's got the Oracles coming back along again as well, so we'll see if they can get up to much over the next few moments. And away we go. Hydro Den about to finish, Evo Chamber ticking along. Let's see one more Stage Sword going down. It sets us up to start poking with these Stalkers, but the Hydra count is coming up here from Lambo. Getting into some Lings as well, so he is prepping himself nicely into the Hydra Ling army. That will be a big carry for him into this next phase of the game. The Stalker pokes onto the Overseer for a few moments. The rest of these Stalkers down the right side are going to get in and try and make some plays onto this hatch, so did not blink back quickly at all here, so took a second. The Oracles probably need to show up to help you play a bit of defense on that as well, because obviously those Lings are threatening to surround your Stalkers, and the Oracle damage output is what really kind of deters these Lings from continuing through with that. Next stage is already popped out, so it's not going to be that effective at all. Get shut down pretty much immediately in all honesty, so that's a pretty big deal. Stalkers and the Oracle still gathering together. We get rid of a couple more Creep Tumors. Lings and the Hydras looking to push their way in. The units are pulling back just a few more moments. Stalker still blinking out of there for the moment as the Hydras continue to come back around. Storm coming up, charging the +1 attack upgrade coming through as well. Stalkers moving around to the center here. Hatchery that can perhaps jump onto with these Stalkers as well. Gonna start putting some damage down. Gonna be seeing an Overlord getting caught. Hydra all gathering together. Lurker Den coming up, 5 in production. Drones and Overlords just through as well. Get that +1 missile attack upgrade coming by just currently. Again, with the Storm and the Charge and +1 all coming about, a lot of action coming online there right from the very get-go. Clem's supply is very solid, but Lambo is heading into a great place. Hive, Lurker Den, 83 drones. Like, the setup is here for Lambo. The right now, here and now of it is a little scary, perhaps. You see these Zealots and these Stalkers still trying to poke on forward and trying to trade out, and so, like I say, that's maybe a little scary. And we've seen the Ling's going to try and chase through. The Hydras are coming. Try and make that similar kind of play. And Storm goes down. Just going to be seeing the Hydras actually getting chased back by those couple of Storms. Bunch of those Lings going down. We blink down a couple more Storms onto a few Hydras. And we're going to be seeing a couple more Hydras getting cleaned up. This hatchery still taking some damage. One more Storm keeping the Ling Hydra away. The Archon's there to try and chase the drones off as well. Just going to be seeing that +1 missiles. All the Ling Hydra coming through. The Stalkers and the Archons continue to step back. We lose one Archon. We're going to lose a High Templar. We're going to see the Lings now chasing and successfully grabbing another Archon as well. So another big grab just for the moment. The Zealots look to get back down this ramp, and we are going to be seeing the Hydras of Lambo backing it away for a couple more moments here. A couple Lurkers, 3 Lurkers on the way out. Seismic Spines on the way up. Zealots, Tempest, High Templars coming through. +2 attack upgrade, building on the Forge. Stalkers and the Archon still pushing forward, looking for some opportunity toward that hatchery. I'm just going to be continuing around. These Stalkers are going to get chased. I mean, Clem is already on his way to the Tempest, so he's prepping to play against the Lurkers. So he does realize the need for something additional to what he already has. Otherwise, he's going to be in some trouble. So that pod is looking to be going in the right direction at the very least. So that's definitely a positive here. So yeah, just going to be seeing the Zealot coming back around as well. Just a few Zealots in general around over. They were initially running by on the right side, but obviously got caught or seen, or just Clem didn't like it, so he brings them back toward the main army. Well, 167 to 174 supply. It's pretty close across the board at the moment. It's going to see this Ling Hydra Force works around to the right side once again. And these Hydras just join up, and we're just going to be seeing the couple Lurkers coming through. 12 more Lings producing, 7 Overlords on the way also. Stalkers is going to come in. We're just going to get after the Lurker, and that is going to be one Lurker going down immediately. Lurker fires a few more shots off. +3 attack with Tempest and the Zealot still coming through. The units are going to charge. It's going to get in after those Hydras. A couple of those Hydras being grabbed. So a few Hydras already going down. May actually be able to jump on these Lurkers that are kind of abandoned in the back. Doesn't have the Ling Hydra in front, so the Lurkers basically take a bunch of damage freely. Now we're going to see the Storms onto the Hydras as well, so they're going to get softened up. This is a massive fight for Clem. Like, this was just him. Kind of, like, it's weird, because, like, you could argue Clem was out of position, but Lambo, the way he moved his army, put him right out of position himself. Like, the back portion of those Lurkers being so freely jumped on, I don't think Lambo was expecting Clem to be off over to that right side, and hence, when Clem engaged through, you get a bunch of Lurkers straight away, big Storm on the Ling Hydra to try and make it back, its way back. And the game kind of just sells itself from there as Clem ties it up against Lambo 1-1. Results, by the way, guys. We're going to have a Zerg in the semi-finals today because Rogue has 2-0'd Zaun and Solar has 2-0'd Creator. So Solar and Rogue play in the quarter-finals. We also have Shameless 2-0 Ryung. He will play Percival or Bion in a TVP round of 8. So, yeah. Meanwhile, Rex and Geralt are still locked into a first-round matchup, it seems. Are they actually still in the first round, or is that just unreported? No Rex stream? Oh, there is a Rex stream. Yeah, Rex is currently 15 minutes in game, so I'm not sure how long exactly they've been playing for, but they're in a long series, basically, so long series, Hero still win for his first match. Meanwhile, Soul and Rogue might be in the semi-finals before they are done, so yeah. Hey, what's up, Resonate SC2? Thank you for the 34-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you very much for the big resub. And yeah, keep the love coming today, guys. We're getting a bunch of primes early on the Monday Cup. We appreciate it. Thank you very much for the support. Thank you very much indeed as we head into Game 3. In the top right-hand side, the blue Zerg player here is going to be Lambo. And in the bottom left, our red Protoss from Liquid will be Clem. And he is still indeed rolling Protoss into this Game 3. See what awaits us here as the probe comes across the map early, looks to get in position, and away we go. The probe is going to be there. We hold about for a few moments. Gate and the assimilator coming about. That's settled down early in this Game 3. That probe being annoying. Lambo got the hatchery down in location once again. You can see the drone nibbling, just going to be having the probe taking some damage. And yeah, just going to have ourselves the Cybercore and the assimilator continue to come up, hatch pool, and the gas from Lambo. Nothing too weird just yet though, and like I say, definitely could expect maybe Lambo to pull some trickery here and try and catch Clem on maybe lack of expertise in some of the more quirky build orders perhaps. Definitely a pretty reasonable way to approach things. Apparently Geralt and Rex are in Game 3. Thank you for the update. Yeah, they start a bit late, and Geralt typically plays long PvZs, so them going to Game 3 explains that portion of the bracket being where it's at. That's okay, we're going to probably just work through this entire top side of the bracket initially, and then end up on the bottom side semi-final after. We'll cast the winner of this against the winner of Cure Classic, I think, pretty much whatever happens, so... Yeah, especially if it's a Zerg in the round of 4 as well. Well, we'll catch the semi-finals no matter what, I guess, but... I think it's a good way to go about it. Stargate coming up here. The Warpgate coming through, the Adept and a couple of probes coming about. Just gonna see the drone going to try and get across for the hatchery, but the probe gets there to block it. So that hatchery is not allowed to come down and will be denied. Now dropping the pylon into place as well. And yeah, the Adept and the Warpgate both still coming up for a few moments. Getting themselves put into place. The probe Chased away by the drone. The other drone over here hanging about for a moment. Just going to be seeing a couple of drones together, moving around. Oracle, Warp Gate, and the Adept continuing to play. We do have that Ling speed coming about, the extra drones on the way up. Add a couple Overlords on. The Lings will chase the probe down for a couple of moments. And we continue to see just what else is going to happen. The Adepts will make their way across. Yeah, we got some Lings and that Ling speed kicking through here from Lambo, but nothing still too crazy, right? At the end of the day, this is still pretty kind of regulated in the early stages, so nothing really too wild to shout about just for the moment. The Oracle's going to peel back into the center of the map. So let's see how Zerglings will pop through. See what they can get up to. What was the sound of water gurgling? I have no idea. Was there a sound of water gurgling? Unless you can hear me taking a drink, then. Yeah, I have no idea. We've seen the Lings getting wrapped around. The Nexus is going to be going down, so there's a third base cancel. Just enough Lings getting there. Not enough units in position. The Adept's a bit off to the left side. The Oracle not there from the start, so that third Nexus has denied pretty quickly. So Lambo gets a little bit of revenge for some of the annoyance that Clem has put on him in this game initially. Has Clem switched to Protoss? I mean, he's playing Protoss today. Does not mean he's necessarily switched to Protoss, guys. I always love the overreactions. People see Clem playing Protoss versus Zerg one time. Is this it? I mean, he might. Maybe he wants to, but it's more. I think it's more likely that instead of switching his main race at Nessie 2 permanently, he may just be trying to play a cup as Protoss because he just fancies it, you know? I was just going to be seeing the few drones going down, so we actually do see some success. The Oracle's on the third base. They get a bunch of the damage done while the Adepts take the attention of the Lings and so over to the natural expansion. So we actually do pretty well over there. Able to put some pressure on. The Blink and the, Blink and the Oracle still coming up. Another pick coming through, lab building by. A few drones coming in as well. The Oracles will come back over. I'm just going to be seeing the Zerglings sitting out the front, looking for a little bit of a poke here. Stalkers want to get involved. We are going to see those Lings threatening the probes. I mean, we lost one more drone across the map. Not a big deal in the grand scheme of things, I wouldn't say, though. These Zerglings still chipping about for some damage, and like I say, just getting a little bit here, a little bit there. The Oracle's activating to help clean these out and push them away. Get them out of there for the next few moments. Didn't know if you'd missed something. It's okay, I know. I guess it's funny from my point of view, because, like, I watch all the StarCraft, right? So this is the first time it's really happening in a Wardy tournament, at least, as well. Obviously, if you're not living and breathing StarCraft 2 with every second of your day, it's very reasonable to just, suppose you might have missed something. To me, it just feels like everyone's like having a, to me, it's just this kind of, to me, it feels like everyone's overreacting, but yeah, it's actually very reasonable from the other point of view. Skulkers will zap down the Overlord, the next Overlord. Some trouble. Queen gets picked off. Drone in the hatchery taking some damage as well. The Oracle's going back through. And we've seen the Lings wrapping around. These Stalkers going to get caught a little bit. The Oracles are protecting these Stalkers. And we can obviously blink if necessary as well. So a lot of these Lings just going down. I feel that Lambo is maybe overcommitting into this fight. Especially as he still trails Lings in right now. Like, there's an extra 5 to 10 Lings there that just went down unnecessarily. That did not really add much of anything here. So Lings trailing through. We'd use the Oracles there to kind of push things back. Storm, Charge, and the +1 upgrades coming about. A few additional gateways coming online as well right now. So we bring a lot of this into play. The Lings is going to connect themselves onto a Zealot initially. That Zealot does hold its position in the mineral line. And Storming +1 coming up from Clem. So his position gets better, prepping against this Ling Hydra army. These Stalkers want to be careful. Ideally, they don't go down. Ideally, you get them home, but that's going to be a little tough. He waited a while to blink. That's going to be good enough. Get the Zealot Arc on there to defend it. Well, Zealot Stalker High Templar still gathering around just at the front. We are going to be seeing the Storm and the +1 still building by. A couple High Templars and the Immortal coming into place. Cannons in production. We do have the Infestation Pit is about to finish up on the side of Lambo. So the Infestation Pit completes. Ling Hydra all coming through. The Hive coming up. +2 melee and the Groove Spines building into play as well. As you see Lambo ready to come down this left side. A couple of those Zealots are going to get grabbed immediately and cleaned out right from the very beginning. And now this Ling Hydra force ready to potentially take a jump onto the rest of this force. There is going to be the forward base from Clem getting cancelled initially, so Lambo already succeeding there. We are going to pincer in from two sides. Storm's obviously a big factor of this. A lot of the Lings take a lot of damage initially. One more Storm up top. There's a lot of Lings that are just hurt on the bottom. I mean, the good news is even if they're hurt, they obviously then start to go down pretty quickly too. A couple more Storms coming down these Hydras. They're taking quite a beating, the Hydras, and especially as new Zealots run through, these Hydras are going to have a bad time. Lambo's going to get pushed back. The victory for him is denying that fourth base of Clem a little bit longer again here. Is it enough overall? Clem is now chasing this army down. Supplies are very close between the two. 60 workers to the 67. Lambo has a little bit more army supply though, but means that in the long term, his economy is not exactly going to be doing him many favors. So it could be a problem as well as we continue into this Hive. And all those Hydras and Lings still building up as well. We do have the Archon, we do have the Nexus, the +2 attack upgrade coming through too. Just bringing a chunk of this online. The few Zerglings looking to get across. Hydra's going to be here, Queen's going to be there. Just going to be firing up. Just going to be seeing the Ling Hydra force getting chased away. A couple of these Archons starting to get feisty as well. Yeah, nice Storm. Going to hit these Queens for a couple of moments. Lambo trying to push in with these Hydras. The Zealots trying to hold the front line, but actually not having enough. Clem is running out of power. Yeah, he didn't have enough splash to deal with this next wave of Hydras. There was a lot of Hydras all at once there. Lambo actually just having the power to break through. Man, this is a very cool game because it's very close. I actually feel like Clem is very close to holding on against this. Lambo gets it done, and he advances through to play against Cure or Classic in the next round. We can probably take a peek at where Cure and Classic are at on Inu's stream. Give me a second. Cure is leading 1-0 over Classic. Oh my goodness. Well, that's kind of exciting. Let's bring that up on the screen. Now we may as well watch this when we move through. Otherwise, Rogue and Solar are still playing in the semi-finals. Maxbax is still waiting for herO, who's waiting for Rex or Geralt. And Seamus will play Bion. So the entire bracket is going to be held up by this Rex-Geralt matchup, which is still ongoing. Are they actually still playing just like a game 3 right now, or did it end and not report? Let's have a quick check. As you're watching on the screen, Q moving through. No, Rex and Geralt are in a 30-minute game, so yeah, they're just doing their thing. That's funny. Geralt was like a 30 seconds away from being walkovered as well, and now it's an hour later. All right, so Cure in Classic in this series, it's 1-0 in favor of Cure, but Classic is getting a bit of a pushback on this Bioforce that came across the map early. That might have been a stim too many, blink too many though. Because these Marauders turn and fight, and that's a lot of Stalkers going down. I don't think you're upset about this Cure. You kill a bunch of Stalkers here, you lose a bit more bio, but knocking the Stalker count down has got to feel pretty good for you in the grand scheme of things. Like, it's got to feel pretty okay. I'll tell you what, guys, I'm just going to start hopping to the Korean server just while we are in this, watching this, just so I can ensure that we are ready to go in game if they go to a game 3, just in case they start quickly. Just means we can jump straight into that. So I'm just going to make sure I'm on the right server, especially because Korea usually bugs out. Typically today it does not bug out. That's wild. All right, so yeah, that just means that we can get that going. Third CC just going to be stepping across, taking position here from Cure. So definitely a game where everything is still on the tables at the moment. A couple of gates coming through. The next coming online. Zealots, Colossus, +1 thermal lands. All these nice little bits and pieces continue to come through for the moment. You can see that Bioforce coming around, just trying to see a little bit more of what's going on. Just going to see the +1, the charge, and the thermal lens coming through. Stalkers, the Colossus continue to come about. Again, Prism coming around. Prism just gathering, just going to be waiting for an opportunity to maybe go diving in, so an opportunity to build up right here. As a couple of disruptors are going to build through. Another disruptor just moving out already. Yeah, what's up, Mika89? How you doing? Thank you so much for the 6-month resub. Keeping SC2 alive. Hell yeah, we are. Thank you so much for the 6-month resub and helping to keep it going, man. We appreciate it. If you guys are enjoying the stream, enjoying the Monday Cup, a quick moment for me just to say, obviously, do consider supporting it, guys. These tournaments do not happen without you. And like I say, so many ways to support. If you've got a Prime subs available on Twitch, you can check that out. You can join the membership system on YouTube. There's, of course, the Patreon page, patreon.com/WARDITV. One of the best things you can do is to check out the Patreon. We're so close. We are on the verge of breaking $2,000 on Patreon. We've been on the verge of this for like a couple of weeks now. So if you've been thinking of supporting, check out the Patreon as well, patreon.com/WARDITV. The best part of the Patreon is that 100% of anything you pledge on Patreon goes directly into tournament prize pool. So if you really enjoy what you're seeing and you want to support the tournament prize pools further, like I say, you can patreon.com/WARDITV, and everything that then is, goes into that goes directly into prize money, and it means you're directly supporting the players that entertain you on a daily basis. So definitely check that out as well. Thank you, Bittermelon, for the 6-month resub on the Prime subs. Thanks for the reminder. Hell yeah, no worries. Thank you so much for using it right here on the channel. Q with the libs is making quite a defense. One last thing I want to say, guys, obviously, most importantly, keep on watching, tune in, watch the StarCraft. Being a viewer is one of the best things you can do. It allows us to do ad revenue. It allows us to get sponsors. These are things that allow us to, basically make the most of you supporting for free. Just tune in, watch, like, subscribe, and follow if you can. Do the free things, most importantly, because they're the easiest to do, and we will do our part to transition that into more StarCraft support as well. Anyways, quality dips down a little bit here. Again, we're watching from Inu's stream, which is unfortunately 720p capped because he's in Korea. So on Twitch, it gets capped. He does have a YouTube stream. I just didn't want to waste time kind of clicking through to it. As you can see right now, this Protoss army lingers just out the front of the third base and thinks about getting involved over the next few moments. Classic doing what Classic... Yeah. This is the thing that I feel like feels so stupid when I watch Classic play PvT, is he just gets to this point where it's like, okay, I'm going to stand on the map. And he's like, and now that I'm stood on the map, 5 Nexus. And you're like, what? You're just going to spend 2,000 minerals on 5 Nexus? And it's like, yeah. What are you going to do about it? And Classic Q is like, well, I'm very reliant on these Liberators, so probably not a lot. That's a massive dive from Classic. The problem is Disruptors do land, but the Liberators clean the Disruptors out too. The issue for Q is now that Classic has all these bases, it's going to be extremely difficult for him to ever break out from all these bases. And Classic just has this army that's scary enough because Q is playing these libs, like he's got to keep rotating from one side to the other. Every time he rotates around, it just opens the door for Classic to kind of get somewhere else. And yeah, this Nexus goes down. The problem is if you attack as Q, Classic now all of a sudden just has all of the money in the world because he's got all of the bases available. It's kind of wild, man. It is kind of wild. It's really, yeah, it's really a bit crazy, honestly, that, it's the thing is, it's something that only Classic really does. Like, he just picks this moment in the game to be like, cool, all of the expands, And that's what he basically does, just throws a bunch of Nexus down, and then it's so tough because even if Q gets momentum up the right side, Classic just digs in deep on the left side, and he still has a base advantage almost no matter what, and Q is extremely exposed on the left side while pushing the right side, so it's an extremely difficult balance to kind of meet as the Terran player, to kind of figure out what you split to and where, I do think his army's still pretty good right now. EMPs plus Liberators, in theory, should be fantastic. And we are seeing a little bit of the effectiveness of that. Classic loses a bunch of supply here. Again, is he just rich enough already that it doesn't really matter? 90 probes suggest that he's going to have money. And he's on the way to the storm. I just don't see Kua finding a way forward anytime soon, especially because he's had to take time rebuilding this planetary. There's a lot of Stalkers that are dying, though. It's not the first time we've seen a bunch of Stalkers die. The one Disruptor is not going to do a lot of zoning. Couple Vikings chasing the Colossus. If this is the opportunity for Kua, then he really just has to go for it, because... yeah, man, he gets rid of one Colossus finally. 15 Stalkers warp in. There's a bunch of Classics money spent in an instant. And do you see 3 additional Ghosts coming up? Marine Marauder Liberator coming about. A couple more Libs sieging and holding themselves over to that right-hand side. A couple of Stalkers going to blink. These blinks from Classic are crazy. No! Oh my god! He blew up some of his own Zealots. He double Disruptor shotted. So not just the first Disruptor, but the one in the back as well. And he walked into the Disruptor hit. Yeah, Kua needs another base. 4 base is not going to cut it for much longer here. He needs another base to send some of these SCVs to, because he's getting to the point where he's very heavily mining out. And so the SCVs are not going to have places to mine from effectively, so we've got to start doing something about this. Command Center coming into place. The Liberators are going to come around. Going to get sieged up once again. Bio coming through. Disruptor shot trying to reach. We are going to see the Liberators sieging. The rest of the army pulling back into the center. Libs pulling back once more. The Libs are so powerful when they get siege, and the one benefit is of Classic is that you're basically just keeping Kua in position. But if Kua can slowly take another base, I would believe if he can take another base. I mean, it's not like Classic is making the most use of his situation right now, perhaps, because he got Storm. He doesn't have a lot of Templar just yet, though. At the same time, I guess he is building the Tempest count up, and with Tempest coming up, it's going to be a lot tougher for these Liberators to control the game, as Kua has been reliant on up until this stage. Another big push down the right side. Vikings going to be there to hit a few of the Tempest back. Nice EMP. Disruptor zoning. Cleo does find the chance to split a few units across to get rid of one of these bases at least. Got to be able to, at the same time, then hold your own on the right side of the map. So you got to hold your own over on this side and hold your bases, while also dealing with the fact that, obviously, like I say, you're trying to deny some bases over on the left. Cleo succeed on knocking one base down. I wonder if he could have just gone for more bases. I wonder if there's a specific reason he doesn't feel the need to kind of go into the bottom left, because there can't be that many units there from Classic, otherwise he would have already been showing them, I think. So yeah, a little curious about that one. Tempest going to be chased away, stalking the Disruptors, still taking some damage. Going to start getting up this ramp. These cannons are going to get blasted, so a bunch of cannons going down. A couple Zealots run in. No real fortune for them. A High Templar running into trouble as well. A couple of batteries in the cannon will continue to go down. The Mothership here showing up. We dropped the cloaking from the Mothership for a moment too, and a Time Warp, but that doesn't really... I mean, I guess it stops the Mothership being chased as much. Now we're actually going to get a bit of a dive on the Mothership, which just exposed itself. Bad positioning from Classic. He does get a good Disruptor shot off. Hurts a Marauder and a Ghost. However, this army is a little trapped. Is it trapped or is it okay? For now, it seems as though it might be okay. Kua is expanding to a 5th base. This is the moment where Classic might want to spend his rebuild into the bottom left and try and deny that 5th base from coming online. Kua is also thinking about expanding upwards. If you can get both bases online and just holds on to one of them, like I say, that might be enough here. The Disruptor's flying through. We split up against. There's a couple of Vikings already busying themselves on the final Tempest. The Tempests have not been well protected at all by Classic. Kua still chasing up. Massive Zealot warp in. Vikings will finish off the Colossus. Now this army does not look great for Classic at all. It's going to be Zealot, Stalker, Disruptor. It's always just a little weak, isn't it? It's missing the splash, and I'd love to see at least just a couple High Templar sprinkled into the production tab, just so we can see a little bit more splash damage truly on the way. Problem is, it's very ghost heavy, so a handful of High Templar maybe don't make enough of a difference. But this army right now doesn't really do it for me either as Classic, so you got to do something to start improving this here. Otherwise, I do think we're in a little bit too much trouble. Vikings gather up, the SCVs transfer over. Mothership, the cannons continue to come through, the air weapons coming up as well. Just having ourselves the Marine Marauder Liberator continue to come about then, and Mothership, battery, cannons all coming in, so we're protecting some of these bases. This left side base, there's a storm that actually gets a bunch of SCVs trying to repair it. We do save the planetary though, so hey, we do see some success. Keeping the planetary alive, keeping the base alive, important for Kua. Lost some SCVs, but somewhat allowable. Classic has 4k, 3k banked up, however. So a lot of money banked up right there. Just seen the libs. Gonna reposition down. Double turret into the main. One of them goes down. 4 missile turrets will kill both turret prisms. Obviously, we still get a few zealots out, though. As the Stalkers just have to back away here. Kira is going to hold on at the front left. And he is going to clean up in the main base. That's actually a very good defense. Denying the prisms. We're going to be forced to rebuild the turrets. But this was fine. I mean, denying both prisms alone is just nice. Usually one of them stays alive and gets in and causes even more issues. So the fact that both of them die, I think, is very good. Sound effects turned off. Yes, just to remind you guys, we're watching this one from the Korean stream. This is not like me. This is someone else's stream. So we're just watching this from their point of view so that we can then join from game 3, or when the series ends, we can go into the next match, because this is pretty much what we want to focus on. So that is what we are doing. Let's go see the... Ooh, nice EMP catches the High Templars. There are more High Templar in the back, however. We come into the Planetary Fortress and the Liberation Zones. I don't think that's pretty at all for Classic. He should be losing a lot of units here. EMPs go down this army as well. We're going to see the Disruptors. We should be able to target the Disruptors down, so none of them land. Classic loses 70 supply in seconds. Gets absolutely plummeted in this fight. And now we're going to see this Bioforce coming up, going after the Nexus. The Vikings pull away, a couple libs pulling back. The Orbital going to try and push up into this position. Zealots show up in the bottom left. Where are they going to go? They're not going to commit to this base. Okay, they're gonna kind of run by. The Stalkers commit to this base. The SCVs pre-pull. Extra libs are showing up. They're gonna start fighting the Tempest initially. To be fair, the Bio Army should trade very well against pretty much everything here. The biggest issue, although maybe those Zealots that are running through, just because I don't see enough units turning toward those Zealots. Although the Liberators here will probably deal with them now. Classic rebuilds. Man, didn't he just have a 4K, 2K bank? It's now 4K, 1K. Still pretty sizable. He is losing bases and probes, though. He's mined out the gas on that base, which is amazing. Anytime you're going to get, a gas mined out on a base you may not get again, that's just a resource that, you get a hold of, like I say, may not happen again in the future. Classic still has a lot of money to spend, especially minerals. Vikings taking a dive forward with EMP, some of the High Templar in the back, a few Vikings getting rid of the Tempest. This is massive, because you're stopping the Tempest count from growing too high. We're still building Tempest as Classic, so every Tempest you get rid of in kind of lower numbers already, the better off you're going to be, generally speaking. Bio still fighting. Mules drop down on mass top right-hand side. Clear is going to deny the base bottom left. At this point, it's kind of a race just to mine as many minerals from a base as possible before you have to relocate it, because there's going to be a lot of army movement. Doesn't seem as though Classic is aware of the upper right base, though. He's going to just dive for the far right side base instead. As we do see Kira finding another Nexus. This base might be in some trouble. Kira's not too far away from it, though. He's going to run into the High Templar. He's going to kill all of them. The Storm was actually very bad. It was completely out of position, does nothing. Okay, the Storm was out of position. Kira runs into it anyway, so he actually lets the Storm do some damage. It did not really have any right in dealing. And as we back away, Kira is going to lose this base because Classic just walks into it. So that Orbital goes down. He lost the Planetary right side. He did clean out the entire kind of operation of Classic in the bottom left, so he can take some bases here, but they have been mined from. Secure is going to be picking up on second-hand bases, which doesn't feel great, but you don't really have much of a choice at this stage. And again, losing that right side, a stronghold of your economy, does not feel great either. Lots of minerals still available for Classic. You can still warp in like an additional 30 Zealots if he wants to. There's 2 warp-in cycles of Zealots. Now, Zealots on their own may not be super crazy. Kind of wondering if Kira actually wants to fight this here. Massive EMPs. There's a Storm remaining. It goes into the center. We just back away because of that one Storm. I think does a little bit too much as you try and move through. Recalls with the Mothership to engage on the left side. However, there's Bio here. Everything was EMP'd from before. Remember, the Time Warp is massive right now. It's slowing the advance of the Vikings onto the Mothership and everything else. That said, I don't think this was necessarily a success story for Classic, as Kira is able to fend him off. There's 15 Zealots warped in, still 3,000 minerals banked, 70 workers still alive for Classic, who still just has bases. And that's the benefit of what he did earlier in this game, that moment where he just says, okay, it's base time, right? And he just expands on mass. It opens the door to this kind of happening where he just has bases forever in the game at that point, because it's so hard for Q to kill all of them. Even though Q has killed, like, what, 4 Nexus, 5 Nexus in the last 2 or 3 minutes? Classic still has an absolutely booming economy. Now Q has to work around the left side. Classic, I think, is starting to get this done because Q is starting to drop in supply and he doesn't have his own money to get back on track. He's had to relocate an orbital over here to try and get this base mining. He's going to have to defend this position. He needs this mining realistically. If you take a fight here as Q, I think we need to hit the EMP on the High Templar. I don't think we can fight with a Storm on this army. That's the issue. There's a lot of different pathways around. Might even be worth Classic knocking those rocks down just to make it an easier advance down over on that right side, an easier swing. The scan is very important to give us the heads up on where that Protoss army is moving to. And yeah, he's going to have to keep scanning it. He needs to know where generally Classic is going because he needs to get the libs in position before any kind of a fight happens. And again, Classic is still absolutely banked up with a stack of minerals, a good bit of gas as well. He's not producing anything right now because all he could really build is, yeah, like a Nexus or so. Because obviously, units are not going to be worth building because he's maxed out. And he doesn't really have much more infrastructure to get set up. So Classic is just stacking money while Max and Kira is still trying to get maxed out. First couple of storms are okay. The problem is that you kind of let this army get in position here. The Vikings want to dive onto the Colossus. We're going to try and dive through to the Colossus here. The Zealots are going to be a big wall to that. We are going to be seeing the Stalkers alone will not be super effective. We are going to see only one Colossus left and an Archon or two for splash damage. Classic loses a lot, but there's no way that the rebuild does not just kill Kira, right? 3k, 2k still banked to spend. I mean, if we lose everything as Classic, maybe. But I mean, yeah, maybe, because then if the reinforcements are just Zealots, maybe there's a way you actually just can't really fight this as Classic still. Because Zealots alone probably don't get the job done, but he's got 2k gas as well. Now, Kira hits an orbital to the bottom left, so he's going to get another chunk of income from this. He's going to find the attempted expand on Kira's previous base. He's going to get the cancel on that. Classic rebuilds 3 Colossus. We're going to run up over here. Finds the pylon. He sees the army in the back, though. There's High Templars there. There's almost no way we can fight this, right? Unless we get really good EMPs, but we eat a storm. So then we just have to pull back and sit, let the Medivacs do some healing. These Medivacs are super high energy. I would not mind some High Templars finding some feedbacks on them. Because if you can drain the energy off of these Medivacs, that too would be absolutely massive at this point. Nexus goes down. Kira and Classic, 25 minutes deep on Winter Madness. Kira just trying to mine from whichever base he can. Maybe does need to just make sure he gets the gases going on these other bases. Gets a good scan, spots the army coming over. A few Zealots actually ahead of the rest on the right side, going to get caught. It's a big moment as well. Kira and Classic pulling back over to the left side. Like I say, Classic especially looking to deny some of these orbitals, some of this mining that Kira is so reliant on to stay in this game. Classic's bank account, by the way, is gone. So that's it. Oh, good EMP onto the 3 High Templar in the front. That's not all the High Templar, but it's a good chunk of them. So it does open something of a possibility here. The orbital lifts off into the sky. Kira's supply is still there army-wise. This is kind of it. Final fight, because Classic does not have much of a rebuild behind this either. If Kira can win this engagement, he needs to fight in the liberation zones. He needs these libs to become apparent. He is going to lose the bottom left orbital, but that might let him rebuild or replace this orbital and get the libs in position. Army supplies are within 10 of each other. A few more Zealots, a couple Tempests coming out. We scan top right. Liberator here, able to deny mining off of one of these bases. Classic does not have a lot of locations mining compared to what it once was. It still has some, obviously, as Kira needs to know where this army is at. He's going to see it now. Probably needs to step away and just pull back into the lib zones. I just don't think Classic can fight into the liberation zones anymore, and he seems to know that too. Hunt forward with the High Templar. Does storm the Medivacs. It's going to maybe be a commitment on this left side. Classic maxed out. Kira not so, but again, most of that is the difference in workers. You're going to see a couple of units now down this ramp instead. Again, it's this constant jive of where are we going to commit to? Where are we actually going to send this fight? A couple of Tempests show up, going to go in after this Liberator. It will go down, so that harassment, annoying to be fair, and has denied some of the mining from Classic, who's back to a 1200 mineral bank. Again, he's still at 60 plus workers and has had that kind of number for a long time. We're going to dive this planetary. It goes down long before we do anything about it, and the storm zones you from kind of coming through to defend it as well. So good movement from Classic. Kira just couldn't keep up with it forever. He needs to constantly have a scan on that army, because the moment he loses track of it, this happens. You lose a base instantly, and that's obviously very, very detrimental to you. Obviously, at this stage as well, Kira needs to replace the refineries if he takes a new base, because that was one of the bases that was mining gas for him. So if he doesn't replace the refineries, he does not have any gas income. New mothership available. This army's looking better than it's done in a while for Classic. It's not just a rebuild of gateway forces, it's truly a rebuild of the tech as well. And Kira's army is only got 3 libs in it. I don't love how much tech he has. I feel like he's probably on the worst end of tech from the way he's been in a while. Again, desperate to hold on to some of these bases. Sees this army, maybe gets a couple of picks in towards the Tempest. One of them goes low, doesn't get the kill though. At the same time, he didn't eat the storm, so avoids some of the splash damage that could have come down here. As you see the attempt to move up this location. Yeah, there's that little mining base from Kira. He has 2 mining bases in this bottom left corner, so it's very important. This is why we're kind of fighting around this area, because we know that this is pretty much what it's going to come down to. This bottom left location, Cure having some mining here basically keeps him in the game for now. Storks and the Zeld still looking to get through. Couple of Vikings, Marine and the Ghost all coming up as well. Oh, Mothership recall into the main. It's going to recall everything? Oh, God. Well, that's going to be a bunch of those units initially from Cure just going down. I mean, this is a very awkward position, because how do you fight up into this as Cure? And you obviously you have to deal with it, because otherwise, well, all your production goes down, and this game kind of comes to a close if you can't rebuild anything anymore. The EMPs went down onto the High Templar, so none of the High Templar have Storm remaining. But can we just back away from this as Classic and just recall? I don't think any of this matters, actually, because there's 5k minerals banked again, so Classic is just rich. At this point, 50 Zealots wins the game, no matter what you do, I'm pretty sure. So, yeah, Kira is going to try and come up. He's going to try and take this fight. We don't just recall away from the fight, as I thought we might do. Maybe if we can win this so one-sidedly that then Zealot Warpins alone are not going to change the day, but we're building 3 Colossus and 2 Tempests back at home, so there's tech on the way. Kira does not have an army that can deal with a tech fight after a tech fight. The recall comes down, most of the units get out, so the Mothership recall in, the Nexus recall away. And Classic, I think, is finally going to break his way through to victory here on Winter Madness for game number 2 of this series to tie it up 1-1. I'm glad we jumped on any stream to catch this, because what an epic they ended up playing. This game 2 was, as they say, an absolute banger. Yeah. Again, I just have to pinpoint again, there's that moment in the game where Classic just drops 5 expansions in the course of a minute and 90 seconds or so. And it's just like, because Q can't move out to stop that, that basically is what set this game up into this scenario where Q is then constantly behind on bases. And yeah, he's trading extremely well in comparison to the Protoss player, right? But even when Q wins fight after fight after fight, Classic is able to just rebuild massively. And when he rebuilds massively, like Q at most gets a base or 2, and then Classic has the other half of the map still available. Obviously, the size and the bases being around the edge of the map definitely help this style to work on Winter Madness a lot as well. But yeah, this game is... It's been kept exciting, but I do feel like it's been kind of determined for a long time, no? Like, obviously, Classic still had to find a way to fight through, but anytime Kua won a fight, it just didn't matter in the end. Like, it was a mark against Classic, but it never really came into play to matter. GG gets called. Classic takes game 2. They get tied in this best of 3. Damn, that's a game of StarCraft, guys. We're going to go to game 3 in a couple of moments. Yes, they play an epic. Solar 2-1 over Rogue is going to be in the semifinals, and he is going to be waiting for either Lambo, Classic, or Kua. And then we also have, as well, Bion waiting for Max Packs, who's waiting for herO or Geralt, also in the other section of the bracket as well. Alrighty, guys, we'll be in-game properly for game number 3, so you guys will get game sounds. Obviously, we were just casting from the Korean stream there, so no game sounds or anything. The game music is coming from my own background, StarCraft. But yeah, we'll be in-game again now as we get ready for game 3. Everyone is going to join us for this game 3. Yeah, well, I don't blame them. There's a banger of a game 2. GG's and Go-Go's being called. And get ready to begin. Alright, guys. Let's get this ready to go and kick this off. How's everyone doing? We're in the lobby. It's just waiting for everyone to come through. So yeah, we've got Solar and Bion in the semi-finals already. And then we have both sides of the bracket have matches still going in the round of 16. So that is the way that things are going here. tuned in mid-game start. I wonder if you've been watching all this time with no game sounds and never noticed. No. Just because we're just because we're watching from the Korean feed. Now we're watching in game. Now you guys get the full game sound experience. Oh, lovely. Let's jump in. Classic and Cure game number 3. This has turned out to be quite an enjoyable one. As we've just been mentioning, get the Inu cam, and we'll follow him as he gets started, I'm sure, in a moment or so. We kick off into this Terran versus Protoss. Off and away we go, as we have ourselves. Cheeky little SCV gonna wander through the hedges here. Just gonna pull out a patrol on the low ground. And get set up for a few moments. Commands in the barracks coming into place. Gateway and the assimilated both coming up. So get that going. Try and see what we can do. Rex and the gas continue to come about. Let's see that probe coming through. Just going to be seeing the movement coming across Cybercore and the Zealot continue to get set up here. Oh, we just have a probe coming up to scout. Man, obviously resetting off a long game like that. Excited to see what Cure brings us in his build order. I think a lot of Cure's TVP looks... Obviously, he looked great in the late game. I was able to contest for a long time and step up to Classic for a long time. But what I do wonder a little bit is kind of what he does mid-game. Because I do think a lot of his TVP success comes from kind of very strong and very fun early and kind of mid-game builds. That can be very ferocious, very aggressive. And put him into like a very solid position from the very beginning of these games as well. So... Settle this down and get this going. Game 3 setting up. A couple of gates. The Stalker and the Robo facility coming about. The Warp Gate coming through for a few moments. Getting that underway. We're going to see the Stalker and the Zealot coming around for a couple moments. Coming down there just momentarily. I guess they wouldn't mind burrowing up. The Zealot just peeling away. One Reaper does go down, so it's going to be a nice catch. As the 2 Reapers and the Hellion, though, are going to be able to get all the way back to the natural. Kill the probe off there. Factory returns its way back over. And, yeah, bit of a odd starting point. But the Prism coming through, the Warp Gate coming about, and this CC building the high ground from Cure give us a chance. Obviously, Classic is... still kind of playing this 3-gate robo on the 1 base, so he warps in a few more Stalkers at home, and what, we're just going to fully send this here. This factory is going to finish a tech lab. Siege tank? Yeah, siege tank. You could go Cyclone, arguably, right? But I think you need something that... The Cyclone has got a bit more of a mobile defense. The issue I have with the tank is what happens when the Prism shows up, right? Does that just cause a ton of chaos here? We're going to force warp-ins with these Reapers. We got a couple of kills. Stalker's back at home. I mean, we know what's coming, right? It's going to be a question of can we keep this tank alive despite the Prism basically bringing these Stalkers into the main base. These Stalkers are about to be in the main base before this tank is even going to get sieged, so Classic is going to come straight through. The SCVs are going to try and pull in. The tank now has to survive this. There's no way we live this game if this tank dies. I just don't think Cure has enough to deal with this. A couple more Zealots warping in. The siege tank in the background is alive for the moment. The Prism is going to go down, so we're going to lose micro potential here. Now we have to kill this siege tank, right? Oh, the Stalker gets it. Wow. This wasn't really close, I guess, because Q is down to 9 SCVs, so I guess it's not really close at all. As the Reapers across the map are still causing issues, though. Q gets a couple more workers. I mean, it helps. It pushes you in the right direction, but if these Stalkers are allowed in, it's over, and you've got to pull SCVs to repair, and pulling SCVs to repair is going to cost you more SCVs that you don't have to give up. GG says Q. That epic game 3 clashes together into a very quick and ferocious game. Epic game 2 clashes into a very quick and ferocious game 3. And it's Classic that brings the main feistiness over. 3-gate robo and bam, bam, bam. Just like that. It gets wrapped up, which means that Classic is going to move on through to make it ZVP in the quarters up against Lambo. So Classic against Lambo. And Lambo ZVP has been very cool lately. I think back to him beating Zound recently in the Team League a couple of times. I'm excited for some Lambo Classic. We'll get that on the go in a couple of moments then to the American server. Do some Aligulax searching here quickly. The last time they played was October. Lambo took a map off Classic in the TLMC. And then it's been 3 years since Lambo beat Classic. They've played 4 times in the last 3 years. And, 5 times in the last 3 years. The last time Lambo won was in also the WARDITV TLMC. They also lost in the ESL Pro Tour. Classic won 3-1. WARDITV Puma Bash. Classic won 2-1. And then DreamHack Dallas. Classic won 2-0. I've had a bit of a winning streak against Classic for a while. This is a series that's only ever happened 10 times in the history of SE2, so it's always pretty nuts when you see the low amount of times a match has been played at this point in StarCraft. So yeah, Lambo Classic in today's quarterfinals. Winner plays Solar in the semis. We get into that in just a few moments, guys. That's ready to go. Awesome. Awesome. Alrighty. Let's wait for everyone to get vetoed and we'll head into this, guys. So the rest of the bracket is Bion in the other semi-final. He's waiting for MaxPax, herO, or herald. herO and herald are still playing. The winner of that plays MaxPax. The winner of that plays Bion. So we're kind of hoping for the Zergs, I think, on this top side of the bracket to do well. I think Bion struggles against MaxPax and herO more so than he does against some of the other guys. So maybe if we want to avoid a PvP final, maybe it's on the Zergies, Lambo, and then Classic, and then Solar perhaps against Classic. We will see. I don't think it's impossible for Bion to win those best of 3 TVPs, but it's not ideal. It's definitely a scenario he struggles in more so than everything else. Alright, we just take a couple moments. Bum 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 bum. Yeah, just waiting for videos, guys. Obviously, everyone's gonna be joining this one to cast, so we should be good to go pretty soon. Yeah, we'll see. Maybe Classic needs a moment or two as well. They also got a few moments to think about their vetoes, so should take a little bit and get this all settled into place. Get ready to go. Hope everyone is doing great today. WARDITV Mondays edition 80. Can't believe I made it to the big 80. It's just a few months from the 100. Obviously, that's definitely something we somewhat kind of count towards. Kind of crazy when we get to 100. 100 means $40,000 given away in Monday Cup prize money, which is actually really ridiculous, I think, when you get to that stage. Kind of wild. We're in the lobby, though, guys. We're pretty much ready to go. I'm going to do a little sellout just at the very start of this game as well, so just a pre-warning to that. Go gets called. GLHF gets called. We're able to kick this off already a couple hours into today. I mean, I guess that makes sense. We've had some cool games already, so already a couple hours in. Let's get into this quarterfinals between Lambo and Classic. Classic last week's champion, maybe looking for a back-to-back. Mana coming in with the 26-month resub on the Prime to the savior of StarCraft. Thank you for the 26 months, Mana. If you want to be as cool as Mana, guys, you too can drop your Prime sub on the channel. Now, I can't certify you'll be as cool as Mana. Pretty cool guy, but if you want to try, you can hit that Prime and give it a go. So give that a click and support the channel, support the StarCraft 2, support the tournaments. Also, check out, of course, again, big push towards the WARDITV Patreon, patreon.com/WARDITV. 100% of everything on Patreon goes directly into WARDITV tournament prize money. So if you enjoy the tournaments, if you enjoy what you're seeing, if you want to support our WARDITV Spring Championship that's coming up in the next few weeks, get on that Patreon page, patreon.com/WARDITV, because that is the support that really allows us to, like I say, keep on building those prize pools up, get a foundation, and make those prize pools nice and big and supporting the players. So check that out. Darius, thank you so much for the 3-month resub on the Prime. How you doing, mate? Can you be as cool as Mana? Well, Mana says you can, so you're good. SR Fireball on the 69. Nice month resub on the Prime as well. Go, go! All the Primes, little mini Prime hype train up in the chat. Appreciate you all. Thank you so much. Keep it going, guys. Keep the love. Scrolling on through. I cannot find... Inu is not here. He went into the other one. Well, who the hell am I going to steal the camera of? Saber. Rex. Rex is actually a pretty good ops. Alright. Yo! Whoa, 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 guys. They changed the name of the hype train to the community train? Oh my god. Thank you, first of all, Crypto Biotic, for the 7-month resub on the Prime. One can only hope to be as cool as Mana. Mana getting all the cool kids attempting to be here in the chat now. The community train is a sub away. Why have they changed from the hype train to the community train, guys? What's that about? It's not hype anymore. It's just a feeling of community. Is that what it is? What a downgrade. I know. I've never had a community train before. Is it different? Why is it not called a hype train? Do hype trains still exist? I have so many questions. Reach level 5 to gift emotes to some lucky viewers. Oh, if you click on the information, it's still called the hype train. Interesting. Oh my goodness. They just sent me through 7 different things. But why is it called the community train? I'm so confused. Alright, community train is apparently trying to leave the station, guys. Thank you for all those primes. Let's lock in, though, for this quarterfinal match, Lambo and Classic, because we got ZVP on the horizon with link speed already halfway done. Stargate coming up. We talked through the first 2 or 3 minutes, and there's not too much that's happened just yet. For me, it says community train. The hype train is coming. Wait, what? Oh, I'm so confused. Whoa, this is a rare community train. Reach level 2 to gift emotes to some lucky viewers. What, so it's just a special version of the hype train? We unlocked like we've unlocked the special edition of the... Right, okay. Let's get community. Oh, I'm so communitied up for this classic Lambo PvZ, guys. Can't wait for the community aspect of this to kick in. Yo, thank you, by the way, Andy, for the 500 bits that did kick off the community train. I mean... first of all, this Oracle gets in for a drone. 2 drones, not bad. Lambo pushes it back. Does take a lot of damage. I was going to say, I'm kind of intrigued what emotes it gifts out, but I guess it just gifts out the hype train emotes to people that don't participate necessarily. Very interesting. All right, well, You guys are truly a community now. If you've unlocked the community train, then there you go. It must just be some kind of special hype train, I guess. I got, like, you know what it is? I've been on Twitch so long now that I'm not even down with the cool kids anymore, you know? Like, I don't even know what's going on half the time. Like, it's gotten to that point, like, I'm actually like the Twitch boomer at this point. There'll be some channels out there that probably are like popping off like, oh my god, the community train, we've never seen this before. Oh my god, I've only heard legends of it. I'm so clueless. I'm just like, it doesn't say the normal word. What does it mean? All right, real talk. Let's actually lock into this PvZ because we got ourselves a Nexus, we got ourselves a couple of gates and a forge, all coming through for a couple of moments here. So we bring a lot of that up and running. A couple of oracles are poised out to the far right side of the map as well, so we kind of lock into position. And we do see that Squiggling is going to move around for a little bit as well. Adept in position, try and just deal with a couple of bits and bobs. As we take some moments, the oracles move back over. And yeah, we wait to see where this game is going to go. A couple of Adepts are going to come shading down. I'm going to try and get across here to see what else is going on for a couple moments. Just going to be seeing the Queens in position, trying to deal with the oracles again. Overall, pretty nice from Lambo, right? He's not lost too much. 6 drones seems pretty reasonable. 5.5 minutes in. Like, it's not ideal. It could have been better, but it could have also been worse. So I think this is fine for him in the early stages. We do see Classic heading into the Blink with the Templar Archives accompanying it. So kind of heading in there just for now. Seeing where we get to. As yo, Gemini, thank you so much for the 69. Nice month resub. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the 69. Thank you. As the couple Stalkers warp in, the Oracle's going to be there to help play deflections against the Zerglings from doing too much. The Hydroden is going to finish very shortly as well, so just get that completed in the next couple of moments. Hatchery's building through, the Eva Chamber coming up, drones and the Overlord building by. Just going to see again a few units turning on the spot there to immediately go after those Zerglings. So again, just chasing those off, pushing them back for a little bit. And the Stalkers and the Adepts going to be there to try and help out and try and get a little bit more done for the next few moments. Stalker and the Adept all the way down the right side. The Ling's looking to counterattack. Ling's about to kick in. Let's see how Lambo deals with this. He's got a 4th on the left side as well, or 5th on the left side. That's going to be done soon. So if he doesn't have... Well, no, sorry. That is his 5th that's building. He's got a 4th finished on the left side. Yeah, I get this clear in my mind. So he's going to have Hydras up to defend soon. Infestation Pit coming down. It feels like we just want to try and make a play toward Lurkers. And Lambo's kind of happy to accept the later stage of the game on this initially. So it seems to be the idea that Lambo is having. We'll see exactly how this plays in the not-so-distant future, I suppose. Seeing again, +1 missiles, Groove Spines all coming up. The drones and the Infestation Pit all coming about. A couple of Overlords continue through as well. So far, so good. Some Stalkers actually getting caught by the Ling Hydra. Ling Hydra actually gets in for some pretty good damage right away there. So Ling Hydra gets through, a bit of damage dealt. It's going to see the Queen gathering up with everything else as well. And yeah, that's going to be a fine defense to start us off. But of course, everyone is teching up in this game. There's a long way to go with the Lurkers are going to be online. The Storm's going to be online. Everyone is going to have much deeper tech to play with on this one. What I'm kind of interested in is kind of what do we do here as Classic in this next stage? Like, what sort of tech do we continue to? Are we going to look towards Stargates and Fleet Beacons and Tempests early? Or does he have something else still planned here, perhaps? As we try and figure out what we want to maybe get done. Army gathers up. Just going to be seeing a couple of High Templar coming through, plus 2 attack upgrade and the charge building by as well. Look down, spine crawls continue to come around just there. A couple of spines coming up. Just going to see the Hive and the Lurk Den still building. The Hydra's all coming into play. And this army going to take a chance to move down to the bottom. I mean, this is a moment where Lambo's not well set. You know, he's just finishing the Lurk Den, he's just finishing the Hive. Ooh. Kind of like the Lings surrounding, but I guess there's a lot of Zealots. Charge about to finish. Now the Lings Hydras on that side. They could either counterattack or they can still look for a surround, but you're going to have to come through a big choke point if you want to surround, or you go the long way around and then you surround from down the ramp, which you're probably going to have to do because Classic is committing to kind of attacking this position. So Lambo's going to get the wraparound on this. A couple of Storms have already been used, but there's plenty of High Templars in total here. Trying to bait a Storm there with the top portion of this army. Now Classic might just chase that upwards and try and say, well, if you've got army here, I don't want to be surrounded, so I'm just going to put some attention into chasing that down for a couple of moments. So we'll try for that. That's a couple of massive Storms. A lot of those Lings getting caught, and now these Hydras on the top side getting caught as well. And I think Lambo had to go for it when he was set up to surround. Like, the problem is running away like this never ends well, and as you can see, it's just gone badly from the very get-go, unfortunately. We do have some lurkers out though, so maybe Lambo does kind of succeed in kind of buying the time for the lurkers, so there is something to be said about that. There's definitely a positive aspect to this part of it, as I'm just going to see a few more Stalker shots coming through, a few more hits coming around. Archon's trying to fire, the Hydra's trying to play defense. Lambo's supply is not terrible here, but the position of Classic is very good. Being able to kind of be so close to the base already. 11 drones going down. If Classic doesn't win in this position, though, he's in a lot of trouble, because he's obviously kind of locked in here, so unless he gets a recall out, that part of this could be an issue. Still has some storms to help deflect the Hydras as they move their way forward. There's going to be an attempted recall. Lambo just says, I want to kill what I can. He gets a couple High Templars or so. And Classic leaves on a supply deficit at the end of it all. Lambo did not lose a base, kept all the bases alive. Actually, I think dealt with this very well overall. Wow. It's very cool. Very, very cool. Well, I'm just going to be seeing the Ling Hydra Lurker still gathering up on that bottom side, getting set back over. We are going to see the, again, Seismic Spines finishing soon. Melee upgrade coming about. Overlord Speed is building into play as well. So a lot of that coming straight by at the moment then. So can we get that up and running and just have ourselves this Tempest Force gathering up from Classic as well. Both players heading into this next stage of the later game PvZ. So getting that set up. A couple Tempests coming about. The High Templars coming through. We've got the Archon and the Immortal still building. Plus 3 attack upgrade on the Forge. We see 6 more Zealots are coming online from Classic as well. Cannon, Battery, both building up. Just going to be seeing the Overlord Speed still building across. And again, the Ultra Cavern coming online. The Zealots are going to try and dive through. Zealots trying to see what they can get done. And I'm just going to be seeing the Hydras. The Lurkers pushing up on the top side of the map as well. A couple of Tempests here are going to help chase those Hydras away. Lurkers burrow up. A couple of Zealots are going down already. Just going to be seeing a lot of these Zealots actually going to get in trouble. The Lurkers are in trouble too. They do unburrow. Lambo is going to use this as a chance to at least move up the left side. So he has got multiple points of movement taking place right here. Like I say, these Lurkers on the right try to get up the ramp and hold, and they actually do not do a terrible job. We got to be making something happen on the left at the same time. Like I say, there are some Tempests, some Lurkers moving forward here already. This fourth base of Classic is being given up on, so Classic's going to, what, base trade? Lambo's building Infestors, he's getting Ultras. I like a lot of the pieces that Lambo's getting. I'm not sure if he's going to get enough of them in time to make the difference here, though. I feel like that actually could be an issue. We're going to drop the recall, so actually maybe this is alright. Lambo did not actually kill the fourth base, though, so it's one thing we kind of thought was maybe going to happen, does not. But like I say, I kind of like Lambo's progression in the army. Like, if he's getting to Ultras and Infestors, I like this a lot more than what it was. Does he need the Spire, though? Because we're obviously getting to a decent Tempest count. Do we need a Spire, and do we need... Okay, we've got the Spire. Do we need to start building Corruptors? He obviously doesn't feel like the need for that is here quite yet. The army's quite Zealot heavy, so I can imagine the Ultras do pretty well, but also against no Immortals right now, right? 2 Immortals. Okay, so there's some answer to the Ultras, but not a complete answer to the Ultras. Lambo's already poised top right, by the way. He's going to hit that 5th base that Classic's trying to invest into. If he can deny that 5th, that would be absolutely massive for him. The Lings run in here. Nexus is going to be going down. Just going to be seeing the Tempest, the Archon, the High Templars coming across. Zealots and Stalkers still gathering. The army of Lambo continues to move through. So yeah, 5th cancelled. He's just going to go back around the army and just going to set up for any kind of a base trade or just aggression here. 4th base might go down as well, honestly. Yeah, and I think Classic will once again just send it into the bases of Lambo this time around. So we're going to start running our way through. Lambo's rebuilding into more Ultras. Again, currently doesn't really have a way to deal with these Tempests at all. Apart from just maybe hoping Hydra damage, but he's only got 9 Hydras, so doesn't really have that either. Like I say, he's going to shred the 3rd, shred the 4th. He's expanding to the upper right-hand side as well, so he is setting up to kind of take the next bases along in the grand scheme of things here. So see Tempest, Archons, everything else going through. The Hatchery going to get jumped on for a couple of moments. Just going to be seeing those Lurkers blasting their way forward. A couple of those Warp Gates already going down. Now we have, Lambo down to 3 bases. Classic down to 2 bases. The problem that Lambo has is he can't get away with this army, right? Like, this army can't escape, and if you lose this army, do we not just lose too much supply? Or do we think the Lurks can kind of do enough? Lambo is building up some more money. Maybe it's time he goes into the Corruptors this time around. As the army from Classic. Lambo No adaptive talents, huh? Wow. Interesting. Yeah, this portion of the army just goes down. Like I say, Lambo was kind of stuck up here. A bit worse because he actually decided to pull away, but obviously kind of decided to pull away a little bit too late, realistically. Because then he didn't get any benefit from this, right? He got caught out of position and he lost everything. Because at least if he stayed siege, he might have had a little bit of a better trade into it at first, and that maybe could have been something we could have played with. And he's making the Corruptors now, so he's getting to the army we thought he might, but the army supply of Classic is massive. I mean, we are going to have to hope the Fungals do some serious work here to hold this army back and to kind of keep this from being a big thing. I just don't think Lambo can win this fight. He doesn't have Neural Parasite either, so it's Microbial Shrouds and a Dream with the Ultras. He does have a base top right, by the way, so maybe he's not super desperate to kind of take an engagement. Like, Lambo's actually mining 20 more workers, and Classic having to rebuild a third. Lambo actually has fresher bases to mine from, and he's expanding again, so I think Lambo's okay to let this kind of chill, because in theory, if Lambo can get a bank, then he takes a fight with a bank to rebuild with. It's going to be a lot better for him, so I'd imagine that becomes the goal. Classic must see the creep, right? So he's going to find this base. But by now, if Lambo can evacuate the drones, then at the very least, he's going to have the bases on the bottom side of the map up, so he will be able to send these drones somewhere. How many drones do we lose? Quite a few. He didn't realize that Classic knew about this base for a second or two, which is a shame. Loses 9 drones. Like I say, he probably could have kept all of these if he just realized it in time. A couple of units get very far forward. I was going to say that might have been worth the fungal growth. He does drop it to kill an Archon. Might have been worth the fungal to get some unit kills. Almost definitely worth it to get some unit kills. Unit kills good. Knocking this army supply down is genuinely just going to remain a benefit pretty much the entire time. Some Lings countering, and Lambo's going to reduce the economy of Classic a little further. Now the army supplies, by the way, are even, so compared to that to what it looked like a few moments ago is kind of a big deal. Ultras coming through. The Zelds are going to get chased away. 8 probes have gone down already from Classic. Ultra oversee a couple drones coming about. The Lings are going to latch themselves onto the pylon and the assimilator over there. These few Archons will get the Ling kills, so still though, I mean, Lambo building a bank, and like I say, his army supply is improved. I like the Neural Parasite. I think it's just one major way to make the Infestors even better. Right, there's almost no way that that's not going to be a good thing long term. This army pulls all the way to that right-hand side. Stalkers, Immortals, Archons, the Mothership, and the Tempest all gathering. High Templars coming through. Parasite still coming up. We get our +2 flyer attack upgrade coming in as well. A couple changelings. I'm gonna get potentially blasted here as we just see the rest of this force still heading down the middle of the map currently. Ultras and the Corruptors joining as well. Where are we gonna take things? The couple of High Templars trying to lead the charge and get a couple of initial storms off. It's a little risky. They get fungled in bad places, so it could be bad. I mean, Classic's entire army has to come through that choke, so that's actually a very scary position. This entire army of Lambo looking to come back around on the right side. How are we going to engage this? Maxed out armies here between Classic and Lambo. A couple of changelings are going to drop down, looking to spread ourselves out. A couple more Immortals on the way, of course, big against these Ultras. Lambo the one looking to engage in. He's not loving the fact that Classic is getting up back to a lot of these bases at the moment, it seems, so I'm going to try and rectify that a little bit. We're going to eat a couple of temper shots initially. The Archons and the Stalkers still moving through there for a little while. One Zell on the bottom side going to get kind of chewed through for a little bit as well. Great Spire building up. The drones and the 3-3 upgrades all coming by. The Ultra is still gathering. Yeah, I like the Grey Spy too. Classic is still not very rich, but of course the power of his game stands in the army, right? Like, he does not need to be rich if this army does not go down, which is very possible. We've seen so many of these PvZ fights where exactly that happens, right? So it does seem very plausible right now as a thing that could take place. This army is massive. We are going to be seeing the Infestors. Could drop some Fungals down. Fungals drops a bunch of Neurals. Infestors get denied instantly. Lambo's supply is plummeting. It's not even an exciting fight. You can just already see it's going to be super favored towards the Protoss player. Classic is going to just melt everything. These Archons are going to get rid of the Corruptors. The Tempests are not even close to going down. The Immortals survive. In the end, the supply of Classic does plummet down, but Lambo is completely reliant on the 11 Ultras that are in production, and they're going to spawn out everywhere. And like I say, like Lambo can rebuild, but it might not even need to be rebuilt from Classic. He's going to have army supply in his favor anyway. And yeah, I think he's going to be fine. Just the moment this fight started out, it just didn't seem like there was going to be much of a chance for Lambo. It felt like from the very beginning it was going to be just not good enough. As the Ultra gets there, the Fusels get turned around, the Tempests poke onto the hatchery for a few moments. Lings and the Festa coming about. We got the Mothership and a couple more Immortals coming through. Let's look around that top side. Just going to be seeing those Tempests gathering together. Getting an Infesta, the Hatchery, and the Overlord will continue to build on through. Just going to have this army getting back to the center again, so coming back on in. So Lambo gets to rebuild. Classic did back it up in the end. Lambo looking for a run by to Classic. I mean, I think what Lambo maybe really needed was to maybe hit the 4th base while this fight happened, right? A couple of Ultras and some Lings up over there. Probably wouldn't have been missed in the fight with how it went. It could have maybe made a big impact elsewhere. You know, run by into this main... Like, just some damage on the other side while the bigger fight happened. Maybe could have swung things a bit. Because then if you could maybe slow Classic from his rebuild, it could go a lot better for you. Fester and the Overseer coming up, bunch of those Lings coming about as well. A couple hatches and the Extractors continuing to play. Just going to be seeing the Creep Chambers getting clean as Classic comes once more across this map. I do feel like we're not far from seeing ourselves a resolution to this one, because I really feel like Classic is not far from having a fight that's just going to end things here. Let's see exactly what happens as we just have a couple of Mortals building up. Infesta and the Ultra continue to come through as well, so we bring that by. Three Zerglings gather up once more. I'm just going to run into this natural expansion. So into the natural, we're going to get after the Zealots, after the Immortal. Get some damage done. And see the Zerglings end up backing away here pretty quickly. And just have the Immortal Archon High Templar Force coming back along as well. I mean, the problem is that Lambo's looking to counterattack in now and get work done. Classic is maxed out, a bit of a bank building. Or very close to being maxed out, I should say. I mean, he'll be maxed out with a couple of Warpins and should still have a bit of a bank, like I say, building behind that. Lambo has a lot of bases back online. His economy is good, it's just his army is not going to be good enough unless he finds a magical fight. We're going to dive into this. The Infestors get feedback. They drop a bunch of Fungals initially. Blinding Clouds are pretty good. The Immortals actually step into... Wow. The Immortals step into the Ultras. The Blinding Clouds are great. These Ultras are actually putting work in. Lambo is absolutely winning this fight. The only thing that's missing is something to deal with the freaking units in the sky. But the Tempest and the Mothership, are they going to go chase those Ultras down, or what are they going to do? There's a bunch of Zealots coming across the map as well. What an engagement. The Fungals initially were great. Blinding Clouds locked a lot of the Immortals out of the fight, and then when the Immortals could really move again, they moved into the Ultras, giving the Immortals a bunch of amazing chomps. And so Lambo takes an engagement that's going to give him some opportunity still in this game. Now he's going to lose a base. There's a few units on the right side that get turned around by the Spine Crawler wall. So the Spine Crawlers will hold over there. Like I say, we can't really deal with the Tempest and the Mothership yet. But now that all the Archons are gone, the actual building to Corruptors and Infestors actually have much better of a chance to kind of actually deal with this air army. Gonna get a Drill Glance finished and a bunch more Lings on the way. I mean, just the Archons missing from this game now is massive. Now, these Corruptors can't fight one or two at a time, obviously, though. They need to be very careful as they're popping out. Not ideal. We need to save every Corruptor that we can. We need as much anti as possible. You don't have it. He goes across the map and just says that apparently there's enough defensively there. Oh, Lambo almost made it happen. After one horrendous fight for him earlier, he took a much better fight just then, just for it to not be enough, and that's going to be GG's, and it is going to mean that Classic gets up to a 1-0 lead in this PVZ quarterfinal. Meanwhile, herO and MaxPax, I believe, have just gone to a Game 3, guys, so herO and MaxPax is going to 3 maps, and we'll update you guys on that when we have more of a result. We head into Game 2 now. Tourmaline for Classic and Lambo game number 2. Some really good games today, guys. This is turned into quite the extravaganza, huh? Quite the Monday. Monday 80 delivering so far. We are 2 hours, 15 minutes in. We have seen some absolute bangers up until now. Absolute bangers. Bum, 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 bum. We are counting down, as you can hear. Let's jump into this. In the bottom left side of the map, our red Zerg is going to be Lambo. He is down a game in this ZVP. Can he bring it back? I wonder what kind of style he's going to bring for game 2 here, as he takes on Classic in the upper right corner of the map. Let's get this up and ready to go. Alrighty then, we'll get to reset into this next game and see, like I say, what is going to happen. Very exciting. Let's find a camera to watch. As you get this one on the way. So Hatch Gas and Pool, nothing too crazy in the first couple of moments of Tourmaline. You have the Probe Scout on the map, obviously looking to do its job. And keep up to date and just be annoying now, nibble at a couple of, mineral patches and just try and force drones away from their kind of saturation for a couple of seconds here. Kind of funny. One of these matches is going to finish before the other on the quarterfinals, and someone is going to end up waiting a long time to play their semi. I get the feeling MaxPack's herO is going to finish before this game, which means that then we're going to go Bion versus herO as the first semi-final. So, yeah, I feel like Solo's going to end up waiting like an hour and a half to play his semi-final. Just unlucky the way the bracket played out. Two different sections, kind of both going slow in the end. One side, just at different points. So, yeah. Obviously, we do cast both semi-finals and the finals in these Monday Cups, guys. Make sure you guys get to see all the best games, in theory. Coupling is going to chase after the Probe here. Probe's going to take a little bit of damage. Stargate, the Nexus, the Adept, and the Warp Gate continue to come through. Alright, so we just have the Probe coming about again. Warp Gate and the Stargate continue to build into play. Bring this up for a couple of moments here. Queen of the Link Speed coming about for a couple of moments as well. And yeah, it's going to be seeing that Probe stepping across. Just going to deliver into that Nexus for a couple of seconds. Link Speed, Queen and the drones continue to come about for the moment. Alright, links be coming up. Apparently it is going to be herO against Bion in the semi-final, by the way. So herO comes out ahead of MaxPack. So result on that one coming through already. It's great to see. Yeah, Oracle and the Warp Gate still building by. Just going to see the Evo Chamber coming up. So nice early Evo Chamber from Lambo. Change the pace of this game a little bit. Go a little bit of a different route on this one. Hatchery, Evo Chamber, the drones all coming through. Got a couple Queens building right now. So you're going to be seeing the Queens able to hit that Oracle as it flies on through. Is the Oracle flying up around the left side and up towards the center now. Away it goes. Melee upgrade building. Drones and the queens continue to produce. It's going to be having the point of view of Lambo for a second, I think. Rex is watching. Let's maybe jump on someone else's camera. Rex had to BRB a second. Maybe he actually just wanted to watch Lambo's position point of view for a sec, but it obviously doesn't look great for us. As you see, the Oracle's going to fly in, so they're going to get in. They got a couple of drones already. Lambo taking some damage. Melee upgrade on the way. We lose another drone going down to the low ground. Try to build it into an Evo. Didn't quite get it in time. There's the Queens. Put some damage out, so we do a little better there. Helping to chase those Oracles away. As the Oracles take a few more shots. Again, the charge and so coming up now. The +1 attack upgrade also producing by. Yeah, charge and the +1 continue to produce. There's Overlord kills. The scout from Lambo costs him the Overlord. I mean, that's kind of expected, not really a surprise or anything. Let's have the rest of this coming around. Yeah, lag on the way through and the melee upgrade coming about. Continue to bring that online for now. The drones and the Overlords all building. +1 in charge on the way through. Prism also on the way up for now. The Templar Archives and those gates producing as we speak. So again, a lot of these bits and bobs coming through at the moment. Oracles looking for more. They're going to activate onto a queen. Second queen shows up. So we're going to be absolutely fine here. No problem at all. Hydra Den going to be spotted. It's a nice scouting from these Oracles actually getting back in the main. Get 2 more drones again still. And we'll, like I say, confirm just exactly what Lambo is building. So again, to see the tech structure nice and quickly is obviously a pretty major positive. Lambo is pulling a bunch of lings around the map. There's these couple of Archons out on the map here from Classic that Lambo is keeping track of and just trying to make sure he's aware of kind of what's going on, where it's happening, and everything else at the moment. Yellow Nestlings, Queen, and the Musk Organs coming through. A few Hydras and the Lings all coming about. These 2 Archons are going to get in after this hatchery, so the hatch already taking some damage. A massive Ling is going to go across the other side. Going to be running their way into the top natural side, but I mean, obviously this base is in trouble. These things are going to run. There's going to be a wall off coming down, so the Lings can probably, I mean, they can still go for the gateways. The Oracle's heading home currently to try and deal with this, by the way, so Oracle's heading back. The 4th base of Lambo's goes down, or again, the 5th hatchery, he's got another 4th base. The Lings get in by killing a gateway. The Prism goes super low, but will live, and now the Lings just split themselves up into a couple of mineral lines. How many probes can we get? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not bad. That should be the end of the Lings. Obviously, it's a lot of Lings given up. We did some damage at the front, and obviously we brought some attention away from Lambo's front door as well. As Lambo continues to produce Ling Hydra off the 59 drone count, is there a shove coming from Lambo? Like, is there a scenario where Lambo just pushes with this Ling Hydra army? It's no Storm, right? It's just Zealot Archon. If you get enough Hydras and they aren't getting stormed and they aren't getting hit by splash damage because the Archons don't, you know, they don't have long arms, so it's hard for them to hit the Hydras a lot of the time. Those Hydras can do a lot in these scenarios. Let's see how Lambo wants to approach this, if he wants to take this fight or not in the near future. And we've seen the Hydras and the Queens are going to get there. More Zealots warping in, the Storm's still coming through, and the Lings and the Banes continue to produce on by. Guru Spine's coming about. Hydra count sitting pretty strong just on that front base. The Zealots and the Archons looking to make their way down into this. I mean, it's a lot of Zealots. Storm on the way. I feel like we need Storm. The Banes are going to finish. They turn straight into the Zealots, and they can knock a few down immediately. Yeah, the Banes make a big difference. The problem is we don't have Baneling's speed, so does Lambo attack before Bane's speed is done? It seems unlikely, right? But it might be the best thing he can do, because if he goes right now, Classic does not have a way to fight this army. Like, Hydroline Bane is good, and yeah, you don't have the Bane speed, but you do have the Banes that can still crash into Zealots, right? He'll send a few Banes back around as he looks to defend, while just sending the Ling Hydra in. Oh, he's going to get straight into the natural. That's just going to be an open door for the Lings, and they're going to take that opportunity with open little Ling claws. We're going to see the Prism going down. These units are going to die. Classic just losing the Prism, getting a little bit caught up, because I presume he's putting a lot of attention on the other side. Storm is still not done yet. Lambo needs to decide what he wants to try and get done with this force before he wraps up this attack. Storm's going to be done in a moment, so it's going to be a lot easier to deal with this in a second or two. Going to get rid of the Forge, the +2 attack will be denied long term. The Hydras pull back away from the Storms. The Zealots are walking through the Storms. Another round of Zealots warping in. That should kind of bring this attack of Lambo to a close. That Storm actually picking off another Zealot as well. So again, Storms are not being the friend of the pros at the moment. Classic and Lambo both lose a lot. Lambo with a bit of army supply extra out of this. 5 base to the 3, but is obviously down on workers. So the problem is that Classic is going to be fairly oversaturated, so his economy is not going to be as good as it maybe represents itself. You see the Lings are going to swing around. Hydro Ling Bane still coming up. The +1 missile upgrade coming through too. Just going to be seeing the extra Archons morphing in and ready to rally at the front here. Zealot Archon Force joining. The Lings are going to be there. And one Ling trying to get in after this probe. We do have a couple storms, and obviously even just a couple storms can go a long way to cleaning up some of the Ling Bane Hydra aspect of this game, so it is a lot better than it was. The problem, Lambo still doesn't have Bane speed, and I get it, because obviously it's been a pretty hectic game, and he probably didn't think he had time to build Bane speed, because at first he was probably thinking, I'm all in going across this map. Now he does have time, he is going to start Baneling speed up. I was going to say, like, the longer this game goes, the more you need it, but I can understand why he didn't have it yet. I don't actually even think that was necessarily a... It might have been a mistake, he might have just forgotten it, but I could also see a world where it's like, it was a conscious choice to just go now, and you don't even necessarily expect Bane speed to become a factor in the game at all, right? So, Lambo splitting some of the Ling Bane Hydra out wide to the right side. Chance to move up here, a couple High Templars going to morph to an Archon, they're immediately caught. Cannot be batteried back up with their shields, while the morph is happening. I mean, this is just going to be this base in some trouble. Knocking down a lot of the stack defense before the army gets here is nice. You don't kill many probes. Again, obviously without the Baneling speed, that's always going to be a difficulty. Hard to kind of reach and kind of catch up with everything running away from you if you don't have the speediest Banes possible. Rambo has actually got his Lings up to the top left. He might catch those Zealots. He's got Banes to the top left as well. These Zealots are going to be seen. He pulls back. I actually wonder if Lambo was maybe waiting for Bane speed to try and just get a catch on these units as they are clumped. Is maybe the more likely scenario. Just going to see the Archons and the Zealots coming back down around in the front. Again, Ling Bane still building up here. We've seen a couple of these Banes blowing up, and these Zealots are now hurt enough that we can actually finish them off. So easy pick off for Lambo. He's going to threaten onto the rest of this army. The Archons are going to try and roll up and chase after these Banes. I mean, Zealots are going to catch them first, but if the Banes turn up the Zealots, it's not even a bad thing. I mean, ideally use them elsewhere. It does mean that this Classic army is a bit out of position as Lambo hits the front door. The Lings start to wrap around. A couple of these Archons firing. A couple of Lings into mineral lines. Probes are going down already. Damage being done. Lambo steps away with the main force. Happy with what the Lings are going to do on the run by. Killing a bunch of probes. And Classic's economy is going to be hurting big time. He just lost 25 workers. And what did he get from it? He killed a handful of Zerglings. Really not very much at all. And that means that the next few moments is going to be Lambo building up a whole bunch more stuff, because he's now going to have an insane economic lead in comparison to what it was a few moments ago. 77 to 49 workers means that Lambo is booming, and still love Lambo's comp in a big way. Just Ling Bane Hydra and a lot of it, but very Hydra heavy too. And the other thing from Classic is there's only 4 High Templar. This is not an endless amount of Storm. 2 of the High Templar are right there. They are new, so it's going up to 6 now, but there's just not, like I say, Storms forever. Ling Hydra Bane coming about. And just gonna have the Banes looking to roll through. That one storm is not going to be enough, but the Archons will tank the rest of the damage and finish them off. Lambo is hitting quite the defensive wall suddenly from Classic. Classic is maintaining. Now we'll see if he can kind of keep that together in the next few moments. He'll probably change a lot of how this goes. See what happens. We see the Archon stepping through. Hydra's are going to be there. These Banes are going to all get cleaned out, so Morphing Banes get caught. A few Banes on the right side, just going to get Archon down. You can see Lambo's ready to wrap from the top side as well, so he was waiting for the perfect moment to execute the surround. He just doesn't find it, unfortunately. As these Archons continue back through, just going to have the results coming over. Banes is going to roll into the front line. I mean, without a single storm means they actually get to connect pretty nicely. The Lings are running through too, and this is the surround potential we're talking about. We kind of dodge around a couple of the storms there. There's not going to be many more storms left. Where are we going to throw those storms? Those Banes feel a little bit lost. It didn't feel like they had a good direction of where they actually wanted to go and end up. There's a lot of Hydras left at the end. There's a lot of Archons too. The problem is Archons against Hydras, the Hydras can kind of kite back. Again, the Archons will all struggle to fight at the same time. And that's maybe going to be the bigger issue here in the grand scheme of things at this current point. Alcon's pulled back over. Lambo is sitting at 180 supply to Classics 130, so definitely looking pretty good there in the grand scheme of things. Looking very solid for now. The Lings Hydras making their way back around on that right side, so pulling back over, pulling back across. Again, a chunk of these Archons and these High Templars just gathered up at the moment. Storm comes down, a couple Hydras getting hurt already. +3 attack and the Immortal upgrade, Immortal count growing. The Lings are now going to run through, and a couple of these probes are already going to be taking some damage. 10 workers going down pretty much immediately. The Hydras continue to push on forward, and again, the Archons coming back the other way. A bunch more Zealots will get warped in here, so just going to get those going initially. Again, the Archons coming about, the Immortal coming around as well. The Zealot's going to dive onto the hatch on the bottom side. Is going to be there, chasing everything else away for the next few moments. Archons gather, a couple High Temple on the way through, +3 attack upgrade. Also building at the moment, so again, we bring a lot of that online at the moment. And that's straight into place. Storm down, Ling Hydra moving, just see that Storm coming about. There could be Archons going to push over to the sides. The Banes are going to roll in after these probes. Just going to see the probes pulling back. The Hydra's going to be there. Getting a couple of these Archons getting grabbed. A couple of Zealots are getting jumped on. The Prism is going to move into the main base as well. Now the Hydra's in the center of the map, coming through once again. There's a couple of Storms straight onto these Hydras. The Banes trying to come through. The High Templar continuing to chase those Hydras down. 7 probes falling from Classic. I mean, again, just Lambo hitting a bit of a wall in terms of closing out the game, it almost feels like, in this situation. 30 more Lings producing through. +2 missile attack coming in. The Archons and the High Templar still gathering. The Hydras joining up there as well. Seeing the Lambo supply absolutely booming right now. About 40 army at this point. The problem is, Lambo, like I say, he's committed to this army comp. He has to go through with it again and again, and the defense has definitely improved from Classic, and it's weird because Lambo's like able to keep doing enough to keep him in this. Now he kills off a base to the right side, so he keeps doing enough to kind of keep committing to this army comp, and so we're constantly caught in this balance of this extensive commitment. We're going to rebuild a base to the top. I mean, there's a group of units there from Lambo that should be able to deal with this very quickly. This group of Hydras though goes down, and that's how quickly it can go wrong, and that's why Lambo is very tentative about taking a larger fight instead of trying to catch an advantage here or catch an advantage there and slowly but surely kind of chip away at some of the leads overall. Malcolm's just going to fight a few Lings back off. He's looking to run through again. Just going to be seeing the Hydras coming over. Again, having ourselves a chance to get forward and maybe fight. Man, there's so many Archons here from Classic. The numbers are kind of ridiculous. I'm a little afraid that even though we've denied the 4th base of Classic and now he's kind of sitting on 3 bases, that this army is maybe already just a little bit too good as it sits right now. We're just going to spread. Just going to be seeing a couple Storms coming down. The Ling's going to run their way into that mineral line, go after the probes. Hit it through there for a moment or so. Next is going to be taking some damage. A couple of Zealots going down as well as we edge on forward. Rest of this army coming through. The Archons going after a couple of the Overlords. The Overlord's taking some more damage as well. This Overlord goes down as well in Lambo. Supply blocked at 196. I think it's just getting to a point where his army just doesn't do it anymore. Like, this is just so many Archons, so many Storms. And his Hydras are just going to get shredded, especially by the Storms right now. I mean, Classic is just moving through his own Storms to chase this army down. He can reinforce with Zealots or so if he wishes to. The High Templar will zone up the top of that ramp, and so the Hydras can't get back down here. The Prism will get a warping off. I don't think the Prism died. And in the end, Classic is going to take it. Man, so much belief in Lambo for a lot of this game, and just, like I say, he just got stuck. Just got stuck. Trying to end it. Just couldn't quite find the end of this, and that is going to be GG's. All right, we're going to go herO versus Bion, guys. Obviously, we are going for quite a long day here at the moment. Get this figured out soon. Give us a second and we'll get back into this, guys. Let's try and log on to career. So it's going to be Bion versus herO and then Classic versus Solo. We're going to go in that order. Alright, so Bion and herO are... join us. I'm just trying to double check if we've got everybody. I think we probably do. Bion and herO starting up TVP. Getting underway, guys, and I'm going to kick this one into play. The good news is that while this might be a longer Monday, for the Koreans it starts an hour earlier because they don't have daylight savings, so there is that benefit to it. It's back to 8 p.m. starts for the Koreans instead of 9 p.m., so it's a thumbs up for them. So that is the good news. Alright, take you guys in game in just 1 second. All right, let's get into this, my friends. Let's do it as we dive into the top left corner of the map for this best of 3 semi-final. We're going to start off with the red Protoss player, herO. As he takes on the blue Terran in the bottom right-hand corner of the map from the Shopify Rebellion, of course, it is Bion for this TVP best of 3 extravaganza. Let's see, I mean, it's been a hell of a Monday Cup. Monday number 80 is delivering so far. The 80 is off to a great start. Very, very fun and exciting. As we have the probe nibbling at the SCV for a couple of moments here, so we'll get some damage done for a couple moles. Get this started off and see where we're going to take things. Gateway assimilator all coming about. And get this all started again. Hope everyone is doing well. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you all being here. Thank you for hanging out. As you do see, a couple of SCVs going to be there to chase the probe down for a few moments as well. It's just going to chase that for a couple seconds. And I'm just going to see the SCV chasing the probie for a couple of moments. Well, like I say, Bion has definitely been improving at the TVP. I still feel like herO is a little bit of a tough matchup for him. He's actually had more success against Classic. And so what would be maybe really cool to see is if Bion plays herO and actually wins, and then he actually plays Classic in the finals. Could be really interesting. As kind of a fun top 4, by the way. The top 4 here today are the top 4 players that are that are Korean players in the top of the Monday rankings. So obviously MaxSpecs and Clem lead the Monday rankings, but then herO is 3rd place in the Mondays, Classic is 4th, Bion and Solar is 5th, and then Bion is 6th, so we actually have all of the top Monday Cup Koreans still alive in the top 4 of today. So that's kind of cool. As we get this set up to go. Adept in the Warp Gate, Nexus coming through, Factory in the Reactor coming about, SCV going to nibble at the probe. Can be seen at Twilight Council, the Nexus continue to come into play, the Warp Gate coming through, and we just have the SCV coming about. The Twilight Council will be getting done then shortly. It's going to be Twilight early in this game. Of course, that's kind of expected for a PVT as we switch away from the PVZ brain. So seeing that Twilight Council, not too surprising, just initially. Let me get this all started up. And try and see what's going to happen. So, move on through, get this underway, and get settled down. It's going to be seeing the Reaper coming about. It's going to be seeing a couple of probes coming by. The Adept is going to shade. Trying to see a little bit of what's going on just initially. The Reaper is going to move through for a couple seconds. It's going to go down, so the Reaper gets caught. It's going to be a cleanup for the moment. Raven is on the way up, no surprises there. Get ourselves a little bit of harassment potential with TVP. Always a solid way to open, gives you a lot of potential. Obviously really great, shuts down a lot of DT play as well. It's sometimes something that can come onto the field as well. There's a few options there as the Marines and the Raven build on through for a couple of moments, and we'll see where we're going to take things. The couple of Adepts will meet a Cyclone here for a couple of seconds as well. Getting that underway. And starting that off, Cyclone is obviously able to fight the Adepts off for now. Gets one, the other Shades. And so Bion is able to say no to what herO is trying to get up to for a couple of moments at the very least. Stopwatch swaps off the tech lab, pulls over the side. Prism still producing through on the robot facility, so just going to bring that over. And the blink is about to be done, so again we get that on the way up as well. And yeah, a couple Stalkers in the blink continue through. The Observer on the way, battery coming online. Just get those Stalkers coming across the map currently from herO here. Pulling those straight over. As yeah, the Stalkers will head down to the bottom right side. Bion gathering with Marines and a Raven, chilling out for a couple moments. Try to see what else is going on as we just have the Cyclone locking onto the Adept. Stalker is going to end up cancelling. Again, the Stim, the Marines, the Siege Tank continue to come about. The Barracks still coming over. The Stalker's going to be there to get an SCV. Again, the Prism just coming back around. The Marine Marauder, Tank, and the Stim continue to build. Charge on the way up. Nexus and the Probe continuing through as well. Looking reasonable. The Prism is ready to get in. As the few Stalker's going to try and hit the bunker there initially. Now the Stalker's going to come back over. A couple of SCVs going to get caught. So herO getting some damage done. I was going to say, let's not lose the Raven. That's really an unnecessary loss, so let's not lose the Raven. Auto turret here might be good, because we could also chase the Observer down, if nothing else. Prism will take some damage. So the Prism just goes low, but we don't kill it, so was that worth the double auto turret? Not sure. Oh, yes it was. The Viking finished the Prism off with the Stalkers inside, so Bion is able to shut down the Prism completely. So there we go. It was absolutely worth the double auto turret, because maybe if you don't have both the auto turrets damaging, maybe the Viking still kills, but the Stalkers unload, right? Which is a bit different. And if the Stalkers unload, maybe they do just about kind of save the Prism as well. There's definitely a couple ways to look at it, so definitely some possibilities. And we have the Raven and the Viking gathering back through. Stalkers joining up, coming along. Charge going to be done shortly here, but Stim is also about to be done, and Bion has got a bit of a lead in this game, so we'll see if we can transition that lead into something further here as we get set up. Tank sieging, Bio gathering around, Prism on the left side, going to move over as well. A little bit of the Stalkers trying to push through, a couple of tanks there to push the Stalkers back. Again, there's Bio going to step up, the tank's going to be there, the Stalkers have to step away. A couple shots already. Tanks will siege, Bio gathers, again, combat shield, because of shells all building up. Medevac's building 2. The Viking is going to be there to shoot at this Prism, which is going to try and fly forwards. Obviously, we've got Zealots inside that will begin to unload. I'm just going to see the Prism is alive. Okay, but Prism's going to get chased down. It's a good defense, and herO basically just donates a bunch of units in for a second time at this game. Does this Prism actually not get away? Marine, Stim, something? No? Wow, Prism actually gets out of there. I thought this Prism was going to be dead for sure, but to get through. Just going to be seeing a few probes going down, so the auto turrets across the map will harass. Bion is finishing up the orbital to move to a third location. Where are we at in terms of tech in this game for herO? He is on the Storm, so he has got Storm available and a high tempo right here. First Storm's going to be deadly. I can already see it. No, it's not. Wow. I think Bion obviously recognized that, just what was about to see what was maybe going on. Yeah, I thought he was about to get a Storm in the face as he moved forward and just didn't see what was up in time, but not quite the case. Not quite the case. We've seen that combat shield still coming about. The Ghost Academy coming through. And getting a couple of vest depots on the way up. And we continue by with everything else. Just clean that Ghost Academy, like I say, halfway going to be important as he takes the third and looks to settle ourselves down. Well, third taken. Bion will sit here on that third base for a little bit, you'd imagine, here and see where we go next. Prism is going to sit with a couple of High Temple inside, I believe, to try and drop into a location and maybe go after some SCV. They're going to get a handful. 5 workers go down. The Prism is low, remember, so it would be nice if we could just finish it off, but yeah, it's still going to be something you got to be careful of overall. Battery coming down, RoboBay and the facility continue to produce through, so again we get a lot of that just coming up. These odds coming around the side. The Raven going to drop a auto turret into place. The Stalkers get there, auto turret gets cleaned out. Still got the Ghost coming through as well. It's going to be seeing the few Zealots still gathering again. Prism overhead, 1-1 upgrade, the Robo facility and Bay. All coming into place. A few extra Zealots warping in. Like I say, herO about to switch this tech into Colossus, and Bion is just sat back, building a fourth, building ghosts. I wonder if he is just happy to play like the very, very slow going game here. Just gonna see the Storg's got underneath, the Raven goes down. Seeing a few SCVs dropping there, a couple tank shots coming about. Bio, tank, Ghost continue to gather together as well. A couple Vikings and the siege tank still building. The Ghost, the +1 ship weapons, and the +2 attack upgrade building as well. The Zealots are going to swarm in from that left-hand side. The Bio just going to get there. A couple Stalkers taking shots. We're going to see the rest of these Zealots coming through as well. Just going to have ourselves a couple of SCVs getting in to repair up this depot for a few moments. Again, +1 air weapons coming about, +2 attack upgrade, and thermal lance coming into play as well. Stargate, Colossus continuing through. We have ourselves a few Ghosts still building by. Here we're just with Stargate, and like I say, attacking through. Bion is just sitting back and taking a slow kind of approach to the bases. herO can just expand himself and get ready to kind of tackle what is going to be a very defensive Terran player. By obviously having a lot of economy and a lot of money to kind of throw at the Terran throughout the course of this game. That is the route that we're taking, basically. Three Stargates building, wow, so yeah, really big commitment into that later game from herO. Fleet Beacon as well, so yeah, he's just ready to go big into the Sky Toss. And to be fair, if Bion's going to sit back and not do anything, then you take advantage of that, right? We say, let's do it then, let's take that chance. Similar as Bion, he won the fight and he said, cool, I can get into my later stage of the game, so I'm just going to do that. And herO is now matching him kind of step for step, heading to that later stage of the game. Kind of the way that this has played out so far, so we'll see how it continues. Well, we have the couple carriers on the way. Wow, I didn't expect to see carriers here, but I was expecting Tempests. Carriers are definitely the less frequently used kind of Sky Toss setup. The thing is if Bion sits AFK enough, kind of at home and turtles hard enough, this is absolutely the correct call, you know? So I kind of like it going into those carriers, and if we don't get punished for it, then brilliant. See herO stepping on the map a little bit. We'll see if he actually wants to try and attack in here or not. In the next few moments, just going to see the Zealots and the Stalkers pushing through. Just going to see the depot taking some damage. A couple of EMPs come down already. Storm still hitting a bunch of those Zealots. Zealots taking some extra damage. Another couple Storms still coming through. A little bit more being done. Scan comes down as we keep track of everything else. A couple moments there. Again, +3 attack is on its way, but most importantly, +2 armor is about to be done. The ship weapons coming up. The Vikings and the command center still building. The Bio, Medivacs and Vikings still gathering through. Just going to see the Bio coming across, and a couple of Zealots getting jumped on already. Just going to clean those up initially for the moment. So it's the Stalkers, the Colossus, and the Mortals continue through there. So again, we just continue across. That's going to be having the 3/3 upgrades coming around, the +2 ship weapons coming in, the cloaking continue to go as well. Again, Viking command centers all building up, the orbitals and the starports coming by. Bio, Ghost, Viking, Medevac gathering at the moment here. Did everyone just tune in today and were like, you know what, today we're going to play some longer WARDITV games? I feel like every series has a bit of a longer twang to it today. So this game, number one, definitely has that factor. You can see the CC floating down to the bottom side. Advanced ballistics coming up, +2 ship weapons coming in, 3/3 upgrades building 2, the armory on the way up. Carriers are going to be there, starports building, command centers coming online. A couple of scans will come down, so a couple of scans coming in. And this army steps further into the middle of the map here just currently, so again, further to the center we go. Mothership, +2 air weapons, and that observer speed also continuing to produce for the moment. So we bring that by. Stalkers and the carriers still gather up, just going to be seeing the rest of this continuing through. Again, trying to see where else we can go. Just going to see the first couple of shots coming about. The EMP's coming down. The interceptors are going to fly back to the carriers. Just going to see the High Templars trying to step forward as well. And there's a few medevacs still gathering up also. It's just going to try and join those in. You know, everything defensively from Bion looking just fine. But obviously we are heading into a nice long kind of TVP kind of late game kind of fiesta here. Especially because Bion's up to 5 bases so comfortably as well. EMPs hits the observer. Don't really need the EMP on the observer. Had the scan. So we are going to see the Vikings get one carrier, but then get forced away. Pull back into reach of a Liberator and a bunch of tanks. herO, what are we doing? This is... Well, he's putting the A move on this one, I feel like. I mean, he's starting to push Bion back. Is this actually a good fight? This felt terrible for him initially. I mean, he was running into like a Liberator and tanks. So all of the Stalkers died super quickly. The Vikings coming through, they will kill just the one carrier on the recall. The second one got very low. Wow. I really felt like that was not the fight for herO. I don't think he really gained much by going for this in the end. Like, he did chase down some units, but he lost a extra carrier in the end as well. All those Stalkers went down. Maybe, like I say, it felt terrible when I first started, which is why I started making fun of the fight, but maybe I should have held my tongue a bit, because coming out of it, both the supplies dropped off, both players traded in this battle. Resource loss is going to favor Bion. That's very natural for the matchup. Now we're going to start going into Tempest. It's a very heavy army from herO. You know, it's very carrier Tempest focused instead of the usual kind of focus on the... instead of the usual focus on kind of having a bit more on the ground and kind of just Tempest supporting or so. I mean, if Bion just builds his own mass air army himself, then I actually think he's going to be in a pretty prime position. I mean, what herO did do in that fight is he essentially cleans out the Stalkers and is able to rebuild essentially a better army from it, so that might be part of the reason why it looked bad, but he was like okay with it, because the units that were dying quickly were the units he wanted to get rid of anyway, right? So I think that's probably the more logical scenario of what just kind of transpired there. It was still just a little bit of a crazy dive in. It was a little crazy. A little crazy. Well, a couple of libs coming about, the CCs coming up. Bion continuing to build into the later stages. Obviously, we do have Bion able to maybe go to the top right side, especially if herO is not going to do anything in that top right himself. He does have a lot of stacked defense in front of the bases, so it's not going to be an easy kind of poke through with a couple of medevacs on any of those locations from Bion. It's not just going to be a drop and you're okay kind of deal. Tempest hitting those missile turrets. The Vikings are going to come around the side. Bam. One Tempest goes down before the Storm comes down on the Vikings. But we are losing the missile turrets, and the Tempest are doing what Tempest do well. As Ghost just wanders forward, hits an EMP on half the High Templar. So we do get something from the Ghost's commitment. Shouldn't herO have Archons? It's interesting, right? Because Archons are very good against the air units, but they also get deleted by the EMPs. And so if there's libs up and a couple of EMPs, the Archons probably just disappear. So it's one of those scenarios where, like, generally, yeah, I think Archon's going to be very good, but because it's so sky-heavy, I wonder if it's just not actually good enough here, as those medevacs actually are going to make a getaway as well, so they get out of there after clearing up some of the static defense. A little bit of a drop. Forces the recall back as well, which in itself is obviously a win for Bion. Anytime you're forcing herO to kind of play back defensively instead of kind of standing out on the map, you're generally going to see that as a bit of an advantage taken. So Excuse the FPS for a second, guys. Had to tab just to snooze the ads because we're having another long game here. We're going to have some ad issues today, I can tell, because we're just one of those days so far. As you see, the Vikings actually might get a Tempest here very easily. Maybe a carrier, an Oracle for sure. Again, just trying to stay on the edge of where the Stormers might land, and the Storm came down. The Vikings stepped back. The Ghosts coming forward again, looking for the EMPs. He hits every single High Templar. This is the moment you fight, surely. Do we have enough Vikings for it? There's that one Archon on the ground to help scare this off. The Time Warp is nice. The Mothership lives on a sliver of HP as well. I mean, Bion got rid of every single possible Storm and still can't actually overpower the Air Army at the moment. He didn't EMP the Air Army, right? So it did have full shields going into this, which is obviously a big deal. 8 new Vikings. He just needs that extra little round of Vikings or so. He also maybe needs the Libs to siege up so he can zone the Archons back to give the Vikings a chance to really push through. We're going to be seeing herO is actually going to chase forward. Those Liberators will now get rid of the Archons here, but do we just have too much in the sky? I don't think so. I think Bion is going to be, especially with a few more Vikings showing up, I think he's going to be alright here. I think this game is going to be safe from kind of completely just crumbling down. And maybe herO now stays a bit too aggressively. Maybe he stays too long. Maybe now that Bion has got an extra few, Vikings joining us, maybe herO should have taken the chance to back away when he could. It's tough because he obviously still feels like he's somewhat kind of, securing himself some damage here. So it doesn't feel like something you necessarily want to do, like backing away in this scenario. Fire coming around. The Vikings are going to be right there as well. Planetary holds out for a couple seconds. It's going to be seeing the Planetary Fortress in some trouble once again. Just going to be having that. Taking some damage. The SCV is trying to repair it. The Vikings going to try and get the damage done. Bion has a supply lead in the army. herO does have some money to spend, though. Is this base going to live? Are we actually going to protect this Planetary Fortress? It looks like we might. It looks like that Planetary Fortress is indeed going to survive this attack for now. herO spent some of his money. New Mothership on the way. Tempest still poking from afar. Of course, Bion isn't mining from this base during this, but he is mining off the top right. That's come up over the last couple of minutes. So he has the top right base now mining as well, which gives him a little bit more of an edge than what he would have had otherwise. Planetary Fortress still living. So enough SCVs, massive EMPs coming down, hits the High Templar with the Storm. There's one more High Templar further back. Bion, he sees it with the scan. No EMPs on the Archons, which I'm surprised about. I feel like he could have easily expended a couple of EMPs and those Archons would have been gone. And obviously the Archons are a big part of what kind of scares you from attacking him with any sort of Viking count. Only 6 Vikings in the sky currently. Bion's a little bit more heavy on the ground now. Still playing against a good amount of units up in the skies as well. So trying to figure that out. The Zealots coming over. Planetary Fortress coming through. Tank shooting, Zealots taking damage. The Planetary will clean this up. Obviously, Zealots don't do much at all. What's the resources lost at now? 30k to 25k, so it's been pretty similar for a while. Makes sense. hero's not playing the kind of like, I'm going to spam units and throw them at you style. So these fights being even, it makes a lot of sense. Both players have good economy as well. It's not your traditional kind of more recent style of TVP, that's for sure. Let's Tempest stay poking. Oh, we do land one EMP on a High Templar. Feedback comes down on one of the Ghosts. The Tempest coming back through. The Planetary taking damage. The Vikings going to come back over as well. A couple more Tempest shots. The Vikings get struck already. Army gathers up. A couple more shots coming straight through. Tempest coming back over as well. Just going to have ourselves the the Ghosts continue to gather. The Tempest pulling back across. +3 vehicle plating coming up. 7 Vikings on the way. Good EMP. I mean, that's going to open the doors for you to maybe get something done. If Bion had a lot more gas, would we see BCs now? No. The BCs get deleted by Tempests. Like, the only way you go BCs here is if you have a pathway to, like, 20 BCs. And that doesn't happen because herO is constantly fighting. So you just take so much damage on the way to that. Like, there's just no way it works out for you. This is a good moment for Bion. Put some good EMPs down, chases forward against that army during that time. So it gets a little bit done there initially. A couple of Tempest shots here, going to hit the Vikings back. maybe Thor's. I think the issue with all of this is it's just too slow to change into those units and to build them up, where herO is continuously here. Like, if herO was sat back, and you're like, oh, okay, he's doing this, but herO's not sat back. Like, these fights are continuous, so Bion has to keep replenishing units to be able to stay alive. Oh my god, the planetary falls! The battle over the 6 o'clock finally comes to a close as herO takes that base down. Zealots, the High Templar is going to step through. If the SCV is going to go to the front, there's going to be a bunch of Zealots that are ready to run by on one of those bases top right. Bion does not have much attention paid over there, so I get the feeling that that's going to be a factor. Let's see if the Zealots and the High Templar is running through. Planetary Fortress is going to get stormed on. I think the SCVs can save the Planetary, though, and so it might be okay. The Planetary is actually hitting the Archon, which is awkward. And that's a lot of SCVs lost, unfortunately. And that is a lot of SCVs lost we just have. Vikings coming back over again. Temps coming back through. The Colossus are going to be there. He's going to be having the couple more shots coming about. Now Bion is actually going to make a bigger play up to the top. His army supply massive at the moment. Maybe is not a bad chance to kind of get in and do something. Going to nuke a lot of the cannons down. If that ghost doesn't go down, that nuke's honestly a very good nuke. Yeah, it's a good nuke because honestly clearing out all those cannons is actually good value. Does not manage to make it happen though. Denied in the last couple seconds. Another fight breaking out here. Obviously Bion a bit more out on the map for these fights now. He's trying to replenish the bases in the top right that he just lost. But now herO is just rich as well. He's gonna jump, tanks go down, Liberator will go down. I think hero's finally won this war of attrition. That was a very different game to your typical TVP. Obviously, Bion kind of entrenched himself early. And once he entrenched himself, he really just tried to play from that kind of point on. Yeah, this game is looking a little doomed. herO going to give a probes. He's got so much money, he can afford to lose the probes so he can replenish with another kind of chunk of units instead. And just have more army supply available at any one point in time is going to be his game plan. For this point onwards. Bion can still take a really good army fight, I imagine. Yeah, and here we're going to take this base, why not? Bion can still take a big army fight, and that would be kind of a big deal if you can take a fight good enough. It's just a question of if that happens or not. Just going to be seeing those probes pulling through. Just going to be seeing the Vikings still overhead. A couple of these workers taking some damage. 4 or 5 workers, 6 workers going down. Orbital Commander is going to get shot at. It's going to take some more damage as well. It's going to take a few more hits. Supply is there for Bion. He does not have a lot of rebuild potential. The problem is how do you take a fight where you negate so much of the warping potential of herO that it just doesn't come back to kill you on the follow-up, right? And that's the issue, really. This fight just has to be so freaking good for Bion. Let's see if we can find it here. Now we're going to get a bit of a chase down. Ooh, I'm going to recall. So recall to the upper right with the mothership. So not only does that recall get you out of trouble, it puts Bion in trouble because immediately now this base just gets leapt on. And that's brutal. Great play from herO, having the mothership over there and creating this opportunity. Now Bion's going to come running over. We still have the Nexus recall, I guess, on cooldown, so we can use that to get away if we get in trouble again. hero's going to try for this next base along as well. This really would probably checkmate Bion. He's got 15 SCVs. Does not have a lot of mining remaining. Storm's coming down. The Vikings getting blasted. Bion's ground army is powerful and army supplies are staying similar, but again, with 6k, 2k to spend, it's hard to imagine a world where hero's rebuild does not just look great. GG gold. herO is going to take game 1 of this. Best of 3. What an epic day we continue to have on WARDITV Mondays 80. And this is one for the history books, as it's been banger after banger after banger games so far. Just craziness. All right, we're going to get to game 2, guys. I'm going to instantly run some ads. Get this ready to start off. 10,000 feet is going to be the next map. And we get this ready to go on to game number 2 as Bion really entrench himself so deeply again. After this, guys, Solar and Classic are going to take to the stage for the other semi-final. And then, of course, the finals will follow this. To me, the only thing I'm most worried about, maybe don't even know if I'm worried per se, or just like, I don't even know if I'm worried, but like, I feel like today would be great if we just don't have a PvP final because it's been epic so far. So yeah, all right, we're gonna jump into 10k feet and get this ready to go. Someone's mad in the chat. Good job, David Kim. Yes, because David Kim has been balancing StarCraft 2 for the last decade, right, guys? It's funny because if you asked someone to wear a sign that says, "I'm an idiot," most people would say no and be offended. And yet they basically do the exact same thing of their own accord. It's really weird, you know? Very strange. Bottom right, herO with the 1-0 lead in this best of 3. In EVT over Bion in the top left-hand side. See what sort of approach he takes this time. It is very clearly a joke. I mean, I look at his chat history and all 6 messages they've sent in the channel have either used slurs or balance bind horrendously. So I'm just going to go ahead and say it's probably not a joke and very clearly was just someone that's actually a bit mad. Sadly. There's Bruto. Thank you so much. Actually, I'm an idiot. Thank you for the 52-month resub, mate. Appreciate it. I get the feeling Bion will play a bit more. I mean, does he sit back and play a long game again? He had a good start in the last game, just didn't capitalize because he wanted to set up into the longer game. I feel like herO had a good response to that, though. Tiggy Fire. Someone is the official GOAT of StarCraft 2. Thank you for your channel points. Very well used. A great statement. Great statement. Well made. Tried to block the barracks coming back over here. Bion just building that barracks in the factory out the base to be a little bit confusing the start of this once more. It's a fun idea. Let's see the Adept getting there. Reaper will take some shots. Pushed around for a couple of moments. Cyclone, CC, SCV coming about just initially. Get that underway. Adept's going to shade back to the natural world. We're going to get an SCV. Blinking the warp gate. Continue through. Just a tad longer. Cyclone steps up, gets a bit of a lock on going. Blink still just coming up. A couple gates in the robo facility coming down. Uh-oh, Cyclone's in trouble. Run, Cyclone, run! He gets free. Can't kill that Adept. Turning around would have been probably a suicide mission. Well, the Prism's building, and the Blink is on the way from herO, so we're seeing exactly where he wants to start things. Hopefully, a better Blink Prism start than the last game. Because that went very wrong very quickly for herO. And like I say, not really punished. Punished by Bion saying, cool, I can basically do what I want and my choice is to go late game. It's not a terrible choice. Like, late game Terran is very strong in TVP. You know, like, there's a reason he chose to do this. Still to step through. It's 4-gate Blink. We're going to lose one tank very quickly. It's a full volley on that tank. I thought herO might have split the damage a bit. Trying to save some of these Stalkers on low HP. Bion is now desperately going to need this bunker. Without that bunker, he is going to be in a world of trouble. More Stalkers getting warped in. Just going to have ourselves the continued push forward. Bunker setting up at the moment. Charge gates and that obs all coming through. Stalker's ready for Blink into the main, going to go after the stim. Stim pack will be grabbed. Reactor goes down as well. Stalkers continue to unload over on the left hand side, just gonna get that set up. Results is coming about. The Stalker's going to blink over. A couple of these SCVs going to get jumped on. And finally going to get grabbed as well. Warmed up too. But that's just gone too far wrong. And Bion is going to have to say GG's. And herO will take a 2-0 to advance to his side of the brackets finals. herO in his 35th WARDITV Monday final today. As we are going to get ready for Classic Solar. They can host up and get started here. I'm going to see if it's going to be PvP or ZVP in the finals. Bion falls. herO is in the finals and Classic or Solar will join him. Guys, just before we can jump into this, I'm just going to take 1 minute off camera. I'll be right back with you as soon as the game's ready for more SE2 Solar Classic up next. Alright, as you can hear, lobby is being joined. I'm going to be in game in a couple moments for Solar and Classic. Alright, so we can get this hosted up, ready to go in a few moments. Now here's the Solar. As everybody joins us here, I think we're good. I was gonna say I don't really see anyone else. Let's get ready to go into Tourmaline. Let's get this ready to go. Alright, Tourmaline coming up. Let's get into it. Solar Classic ZVP. Best of 3 semi-final. In the bottom left-hand corner. Our blue Zerg is going to be representing the Zerg race and the non-Protoss option. In today's event, it is Solar. Takes on Classic in the top right, the red Protoss player. So let's see what goes down between these two over the course of this one. So game one of this BO3, we get this on the way. Let's see what goes on. Classic. And so a fun matchup, I think a very fairly matched matchup as well. I think this one could go any which way. I will cheer for Solar in this match, because like I say, I'd rather cast a ZVP final than a PvP final, but hey, we've also not seen any PvP today, so if we have a PvP final, it's not the end of the world. But I'd like to see Solar make the finals, try and challenge herO for that title. Of course, Classic is going for back-to-back weekly wins. Usually when he wins these cups as well, he actually does tend to do very well in a few in a row. And he's won a couple of the last few already, so back-to-back is, like I say, maybe on guard with that kind of situation. Classic was for the pause, so we'll just take a moment.
Game resumed.
Alright, so issue resolved, whatever it was, and back on we go. So, and get into this. Countdown comes into play. As you can see, the drone going to go chasing the probe for a few moments here. Matching the pool coming up. Get this settled into place. Probe coming around, just going to be having ourselves the, again, continued scouting here then. Also, we do expect Solar to play quite the aggressive style. Tourmaline, I think, is a big Hydra map for him. But it can kind of go a bit later, and if it goes late, I still think, we've seen a lot of times where Solar's been kind of Roach Ravager aggressive on this map for a long time, so maybe a possibility. And just have the couple of Lings going to go in after the probe for a few moments. Stargate coming through, Nexus on the way by. A couple of probes and the Adept and the Warp Gate all continuing up right there, so just going to bring a lot of that online at the moment. Bring that through. Yeah, that probe moving about. Just going to see the Overlord hanging out overhead as well. Just chilling over here for a little while. And yeah, Link Speed Queen building up for a couple of moments. Going to see the couple of drones gathering about. And get that underway. Alright, Adept is just gonna make its way around. Feeling few Adept's gonna shade, the link speed coming up. It'll take a couple of moments right now. Let's see that Void Ray activating. Overlord will take some damage, taking a few shots already, so it's going to go down so the Void Ray gets the cleanup. One of the nice things about building the Void Ray early is that ability to kind of get through and clean up nice and quickly, so come straight through for that. The Void Ray going to activate onto a couple of Lings. Still got the Oracle and the Warp Gate still building. Nexus Gate and a couple of Similar still building by. Just going to see those drones still coming up. A couple of Queens are coming over as well. Spellcrawler building through. Nexus still coming into place as the Adept comes around. Again, Spawn the drones continue to gather. Creep Team are coming up for the moment. Oracle and the Void Ray coming back about here just for a couple moments. As yeah, Twilight Council on the Forge continue to build through. The gate's coming about. Just gonna see the Queen now is gonna get after the Void in a couple of moments. The Queen's coming down, looking to get after this Oracle as well. A couple of drones already going down. Now see the Roach Roaring coming into the front as the Void Ray gets chased away for the moment. As the few Adepts gathering, the blink starts from Classic. No real surprises in that regard, at least. As we get that set up, just going to be seeing the few Lings will gather out the front as well. Just going to join those together for a few moments here. And then we go. Again, Roach Run about to finish. Eva Chamber, Lair, the Hatch. Again, some bits and pieces coming through. The couple of Adepts are going to make a shade over the right side there, and a few Lings are going to come moving down initially. Adept is going to fire. A few Zerglings coming about. As it's going to get that Queen going to fight. We're going to move through for a couple moments. Temple Archive is about to finish. A couple extra gates and probes continue to come by as well. Stalker and the attack upgrade continuing to come through. Again, that blink coming about. The extra probes coming into play. It's going to be seeing the Lings continue to head over to that right hand side. It's going to be pulling back over there for a couple of moments. Get that into place just initially. Order will activate. The hatchery taking some damage. A couple of those Lings and buffed around as well for a couple moments right now. Well, we're building Phoenix because obviously we see the Spire, so Classic is prepping for the Spire play. Now, the issue I have for Solar is that what can he do? He's building melee instead of missile, so he wants to go big on the meters, in which case the double down on the Stargate from Classic is absolutely the right call. If he was going missiles, he could build like 5 to 6 meters and just trying to bait a lot of Phoenix in an overreaction, and then you go for like a big Roach attack. We've seen that many a time where the overreaction to the Phoenix, or to the Mutalisk with the Phoenix, then basically means you don't have enough on the ground, but I just don't think Classic is walking into that trap. The 10 meters on the way suggests that, yeah, Solar is obviously going to be in a bit of trouble here. We're going to see the Lings running around on the other side, forcing a couple Storms. Good warp in last second. Can we actually catch some of these units now? We have one Storm remaining. Lings actually have a good surround on the Stalk because the few Roaches showing up. Going to try and get rid of some of these Morphing Archons. No, this wasn't good enough for Solar, was it? I mean, it felt like he wanted to kill off a few more Stalkers, then obviously maybe open up the pathway to the meters being more successful, but there was a lot lost. Resource loss going to be against him. He's killed an Archon. He didn't kill a single Stalker there. I thought he had enough Lings surrounding. Then in the end, I kind of believed in the move, but yeah, apparently not good enough at all, and that's going to be very costly in the end. Yeah, still coming up. Melee upgrade and the Flyer attack upgrade coming through. Going to drop a little cheeky Fleet Beacon in the back as well, because we are going to go big on these Phoenix. I mean, Solar's going to fly in with these meters, and he's going to see the Phoenix count already pretty decently high, and the Fleet Beacon, and I don't know what the plan is. Do we just start building Corruptors? Pretty much, yes, he says. He just starts to build a Corruptor, because if you're going to go this many Phoenix, you need a way to deal with them, and obviously Corruptors can deal with the Phoenix while protecting the meters. Phoenix. That is going to be the go-to plan at this point. And he does coming in from the other side. Still hasn't picked off a Phoenix, right? So good defense initially from Classic. Like I said, it's going to have to be the Corruptors from Solar. This entire game plan feels as though it's been read beautifully by Classic, and the defense has been absolutely point on so far. Phoenix will just get in toward the... Or Mutas will get in toward the Phoenix. Just going to be seeing Corruptors and the Flyer attack still coming through. It's going to be seeing Animal Pulse Crystals coming about. The Zealots are coming around. And weapons is coming through. Cannons as well. Continue to produce for the moment. He's going to get there after the Muta Corruptor. And it's going to be, again, obviously seeing the Corruptors trying to zone the Phoenix out to give the Mutas a chance to do some damage. Keep those Phoenix busy. So Stalker coming around is going to be seeing the army. Again, set to go. Just going to be seeing the Mutas, like I say, trying to find that opportunity. Carapace on the Flyer, on the Spire kind of coming through as well. So that's the next upgrade for Solar right now. Some lanes are going to try and dive in. Let's get rid of the Void Ray, it seems. And then we're going to try and dive back through towards the Phoenix. I mean, again, Solar's army's just not really cut out for these fights long term, so we'll see how this goes. I mean, the problem is that now you've got a main Classic army coming across, and what damage output do you really have? Let's see the Phoenix continue to come around here. Just going to be seeing the Corruptors and the Mutas going back over. The Lings stepping back across as well. Just going to be seeing the Phoenix pulling back through. So just going to have to say GG. Like, his entire army is not built to fight what Classic has. Classic got the read. He built perfectly against it. And he was set before Solar was able to go. So Solo Void Ray, like why? Well, he had a Void Ray from the start of the game. He built one Void to kill the Overlords and stuff. So he just had that as a remnant from the early stages. But you may as well have it in the army to try and chase down the Corruptors, right? So yeah, it wasn't a Void Ray in response to Corruptors. It was just a Void Ray from the opening. So yeah. Just waiting for game 2 to host up. It's going to be 10,000 feet for this second map as Solar is down a game in the ZVP. Can you bounce it back or not? We'll find out soon as we get ready to kick into game number 2 here. Couple of moments to get this started. Go, and ready. Let me say go. Let me get this set to rumble into play. Get this started up right now. Alright, let's jump through, as we are going to have ourselves this game number 2. In the top left-hand side, the teal Zerg player. It is going to be Stola. Taking on the Red Protoss Classic. As, yeah, Solar just kind of got scouted out the entire way through in that last game. Was constantly just kind of playing into what Classic was already preparing for, essentially, so... well played by Classic, just great scouting, great read of what Solar was going to do as well. Because again, if this was missile upgrade, and then Solar builds like 5 Mutas and then spams Roaches, Classic could have been in trouble building double Stargate, cranking Phoenix, and a Fleet Beacon, right? But that's just not what happened, right? So at the end of the day, this really did go very nicely here for Classic. It was the correct read, great call, and was extremely set. Alrighty, so we got the couple probes going through. Next coming about, hatching the pool coming up initially. First couple moments getting established here. Probe scouting. Hatchery does get to go down the natural, which is always nice. Lynx is going to chase after the probe. Let's see the Adept negotiating through. Again, Link speeding the drones, the hatchery continue to come about. Let's see that Adept negotiating. Just gathering up again. Oracle and the Wolf Gate coming through. Link speed and the Queen coming about for a couple of moments. Drones and the Lings continue to produce. And just have had two Adepts will gather together and go for a little bit of a push forward, trying to see what's going on initially. Oracle just going to move about. Oracle Chrono boosting along. Oracle going to activate a couple of drones, taking some damage. You're all going to be seeing the Oracle going down, though, so not exactly ideal. 2 drones. And Oracle dead. Solo takes that trade most days of the week, I'm pretty sure. And that's going to set him up quite nicely as Classic just loses a bit of control that he should have in this game. Now only 1 Oracle available is going to be a lot less strong. Bringing in the fight. Oracle getting pushed away once again. And it's going to see one more Adept coming through. The extra gates coming about. Fortune and Twilight Council coming into play. Just going to see the Stalker coming over. And again, the Lair, the drones, and the Overlords continue to produce thing. The hatchery building, a couple of extractors and creep tumors continue to produce by as well. So again, we bring a lot of that up and get that into place. Adept's going to try and shade to that top side. The Queen is going to be there. Oracle is going to be there as well. A couple of drones begin going down. 2, 3, 4 workers being picked away at immediately. Going to make it 5. Looking for 6. Have to solo kill that first. Oracle was looking so good, and now you lose 6 workers to these Adepts. They're going to get 7. As 1 Adept shades to the natural just to try and run to the main base for info. Doesn't see much else, but hey, the damage is really done here. 7 drones going down. It's not the earliest 7 drone kills, but it's still 7 drone kills. That's going to add up against Solar in this game and give Classic a little bit more of a leg to stand on early. And let's just see the Oracle going to cruise back around. It's going to see a Queen over here. Oracle going to drop a stasis. We can pull away from this. We should just send a Ling or a drone in. Pop that shouldn't be too problematic, or we can just kill the stasis, I guess, as well. Solar's going to the Spire again, so Spire coming up from him, trying to get to Mutas. And Classic currently works his way into that Blink Stalker play. Solar get to those meters successfully, and can he see more success with them this time? Can he also just keep them hidden a bit better and stop his opponent from figuring out what's going on ahead of time this time? Because that, again, was a big part of the problem last time out. Stalkers and the Lings run about. Stalkers are going to shoot, Hatch going to jump, the Ling's going to try and run in here, the Queen's going to gather as well. Things get in position. The Stalkers have to blink back again. 10 more meters still on the way in. I see the Stalkers will keep fighting. Another couple of meters getting grabbed. Obviously, this pressure adds up. Here are the meters to try and help with the damage output as Solar tries to shove this away. Now Phoenix going to start building off the Stargate. Classic knows what's up. And the problem is the meters aren't going across the map. They're being used to try and defend this hatchery. More Lings popping out. The meters still here. Like I say, not going across the map and dealing the damage as you might like to see. He's going to have a couple more shots coming straight through. And just going to be seeing the Stalkers having to pull it back out. The meters are still there. I mean, a few of the Stalkers going down. Solar's maintaining okayish supply. But he's still just spamming Ling Muta. And it is, again, giving you time to get a answer up here from Classic at the moment as well. You can see the Stalkers pushing through. A couple Queens are going to jump straight into this. You can see the Ling's going to try and run through. Just seeing the Phoenix going to be a big issue for the Mutalists. Like I say, that's going to be a lot more of the Mutalists taking serious damage and going down. The Ling count very good though, and we do not have a lot of answers to the Lings. One of the negatives of losing the Oracles early makes that much more of a factor. We force a recall, so Solar gets a bit of breathing room. Most importantly, he can go across the map, and now tries to switch into the Hydra Den. Couple Phoenix coming back over, just going to be seeing the Stargate and the cannon coming up. And again, Phoenix the +2 in the charge, continue to come about also. Again, just having the +2 attack on that charge all building in. We get the second Stargate going, but that's not going to be the right call because Solar is not doubling down on the meters this game. Right, this time he's actually switching to the Hydras, so the second Stargate, the Fleet Beacon, these are things which are not going to aid you here long-term as Classic. Like, yeah, they might shut down the muta phase of this very quickly, but that's kind of the only thing it's going to do. Phoenix going to step in, the mutas take a bit of damage, running back initially as well, trying to get out of there. See the mutas thinking about trying to jump onto the Phoenix, but not quite able to just yet. And again, Fleet Beacon and the cannon coming up as well. On morphs, going to be seeing the Zealots. The Stalker still gathering through. +2 attack upgrade. The couple of additional Phoenix coming around. Again, that Archon coming about. The Zealots are still continuing by. And we'll just see the cannons and the battery continue to come in at the moment. Hydra, Ling, Bane continue to produce. There's Glowreds coming around. And Ling, Bane, Hydra all coming through. The Zealot's still going to gather up here. We do see the Phoenix nearby as well. So army's still settling, and like I say, with the Hydra's out and the Bane speed coming, I'm a little terrified for Classic. Maybe we need Bane speed to really fight this though. The Phoenix going to fly through, going to go after the Overseer. The Muta's trying to fly in on the side. Maybe Solar needs to find a way to trade these Mutas out to kind of rebuild the supply into something better. +2 is about to be done. Storm is a long way off. Bane speed's going to be done long before Storm. I think Solar's going to have one very specific strong timing with Baneling speed done. I think that timing has a lot of potential in it, but if we don't take advantage of it, it could be problematic. The Bane's getting in the mix here, trying to protect these Hydras. It's going to get messy. The Hydra's going after the Phoenix. A couple Archons going down, a bunch of Stalkers remaining. The Muta's going to pull back a little bit as well. We need some Zerglings to come through to protect these Hydras and to keep them alive from everything else for a little bit, and that's what we're starting to see. The Phoenix clean out the Mutas. So the Mutas all gone. A lot more Ling Hydra coming up. It is massive supply advantage to Solar, but again, he's on a timer. The moment that this ticks over to being the Storm finished, it's going to be so much tougher for him to ever kind of win a fight, basically. The Lings and the Stalkers starting to get involved a little bit over here as well. So we're trying to get aggressive, but the Phoenix actually getting a couple catches to at least try and slow things down a little bit. Storm just comes straight down. Hydra still taking some damage. The Ling Bane still gathering up. Ling Bane Hydra coming through. Melee upgrade building. Robo facility and the +3 attack upgrade coming through as well. The Phoenix still trying to be annoying. 50 supply lead still from Solar, I think, is a very comfortable place to be, but like I say, it gets tougher now that Storm is finished. These fights are not going to become any easier. That much is for certain. Nexus drops down on the 4th. We are going to see the Phoenix again, just being annoying. The last few that remain. Get some use out of them. Why the heck not? May as well do something with them than just let them die. Yeah, we're killing the Hydra, we're killing some drones. How does Soul want to, commit to this attack, basically, is my question. Looks like he's going to split some units around the left side, some units around the right. The units on the left going to see the main army. That means the units on the right should move up to attack. Pull that army back over. Got to get these Banes to connect nicely. And we're going to see the High Templars a little bit away, so Storms are going to come in pretty late. The Balins kind of hit the Archons there, and I tell you what I'm a little bit worried about. We actually left a lot of the army on the left side really far back. Now it's going to start moving through. We should be able to cancel this 4th base up. These Hydras on the right side are just running, but they might just be goners. They might just be dead. However, if we chase those too hard, then the attack on the left-hand side obviously becomes, much more effective. I mean, overall, so the supply is heading upwards. These Hydras are probably going to chase pretty much to their death, but we take a fight over here. A couple Storms coming through. Lings are leaking forward. We recall a few Stalkers back just to try and help with this. The Hydras left over. The Lings went down pretty quickly. The Storms were good. And clean up the last few Zealots on the other side of the map, and Solar has to back it up again, but generally speaking, still about 50 supply ahead and trading nicely. More Ling Hydra on the way, +3 attack upgrade coming through from Classic makes his trades that little bit better. More Archons being built right there. Just going to see the Ling Bane Hydra gathering back in again. Everything else joining through right now. Again, Lings, Hydra, +2 missiles coming a bit. Just going to be seeing the Archon from Classic coming about. +3 attack upgrade coming about also. There's Lings going to try and run it into that mineral line. A couple of those Banes going to try and roll through too. A couple of Zealots going to get crashed into. Just going to jump on those initially. And just going to be seeing the Nexus. Ooh, finish it! Oh my goodness, we just about finished it, but man, that was extremely close. We got to finish that base off. If that base survives, this is just so much more trouble for you than you can really possibly deal with. Again, the Prism taking a bit more damage again. Again, Ling Bane Hydra continues up. So Archon 4 swings back into the center of the map. And do you see Archon about to finish up here. The Nexus coming through, the extra Zealots on the way. And a lot of this around still. Ropes pulled back again. The Ling Bane still coming through. A couple High Templars are coming up as well, so continue with that for the moment. Again, Banes and Lings still building up. Just going to be seeing the Hydras pushing through. Temple Archives getting jumped on. Seeing the Zerglings running about. These Hydras getting a good surround on these Archons as well. I mean, the Storms are nice. I think Soul has enough just to jump on this and clear out some of the important tech units here. Prism gets into the main base. Hydra Bane is going to be set to jump onto this Nexus. On the left side, the Hydra's pull back as well. Still just pulling away from this. The Zealot's going to get after those drones. Classic is at 100 supply and dropping. He's obviously not being able to sustain a 4th base. His 3rd base died as well previously, remember. And also what he needs is a couple more units. He should be able to bust through for victory. And Classic is going to say there's no bringing it back on this one. GG's Solar. And it's going to take it a 1-1 against Classic in this semi-finals. We're going to go the distance between Solar and Classic before we get into the finals with herO. It's been a nice chunky stream today, hasn't it? Nice long games. Loving it. That's always nice to see a longer one. So, get this ready to rumble. Just waiting for... Ready to try and join the game. Made it. Alright, go gets cold. And kick this off and jump this in. And get this started, guys. In the top left side, we are going to see the blue Zerg player. This is going to be Solar. While in the bottom right, Classic is going to be having a rebound from that loss. So this time he went all in on denying the Mutalists again. And this time you could see kind of the negative aspect of it because Solar actually switched to Hydras. And it was still close, but you saw that obviously Classic ended up with a lot of Phoenix that if they were other things, they would have been a lot better in the game. Like, don't get me wrong, he actually did a good job with the Phoenix from that point on. But they could have been much better if they just hadn't been Phoenix in the first place, if there was something else. So that is the downside of what we saw in the first game. And the fact that he just tried to, reciprocate the same idea in the second game, Solo took advantage of that and really made him punished for it. So we're moving through Overlord Gathering. Just going to be seeing the hatch and the gas. Soon to be a pool coming up. We do have the hatch on location again, not getting blocked, so that is lovely. One more game, we have a PvZ final. Solo Hero is always fun as well. I actually just like watching Solo's EVP. You always know it's going to have an aggressive twang to it, but then every now and again he cranks out the longer kind of lurker-based game. I think the cool thing about Solo is he just has such good army movement, right? So he's able to move the army around super effectively. He's able to navigate a lot of what are usually tricky positions for Zergs into good positions because he's so good at that army movement as well. It's really fun to watch him play that out. Having the drones moving about. Nexus and the Cyber Core coming up and get settled in for a few moments. Target coming down, Nexus on the way. And trying to have ourselves a bit of setup going through then for a couple of moments, see where we take this. Another probe moving down for a couple of moments, so stepping across, just gonna be seeing this Stargate coming through. And we'll get the adept probes all coming about. He's gonna nibble onto the rocks for a couple seconds, just moving through that, getting some work done, and off we go. Gonna see the adept coming about. Just gonna be seeing the lings moving through. Just gonna be seeing the lings coming about. A couple of adepts coming by. Gonna set that up. Just gonna be seeing the Void Ray going in after the Overlord for a second or two. Just going to move that over for a little bit. Things going to gather. A few adepts will join up together as well. I'm just going to bring this over. We'll see our gates, the Twilight Council, the Nexus, and so coming through. The adept and the Warp Gate building up as well. So we get that all started just initially. There's going to be the Resonating Glaives coming about. A couple of depths going through. The Nexus is still building, so we are going to see Classic trying to switch it up. Now, Stola is heading into a Roach Roar, so that's definitely going to help you. Is it in time? That Glaives is already ticking along to being close to halfway done. Are we going to get Roaches out in time to ensure that this does not go too heavily wrong too quickly? That is the current question. Adept's gonna shade, and we'll see Lings see the Adept's making a move out, so Sola knows to get prepped. He's built 7 more drones just now, though. If the Roach Roar finishes, he needs to start making roaches. He can afford 2, but like I said, he built some extra drones, so he doesn't have the extra minerals yet. And the Adepts are gonna shade forward. There's a Void Ray as well. That's a lot of adapts. Clem's not done for a moment or so. Solar, roaches on the way. Like I say, he's only had 3 roaches on the way. Now he goes to a few extra, but like I say, this could have been so much sooner. Transfusing that queen does buy you a few more seconds. The adept shade over here. And obviously Solar going to keep running with these drones as he just tries to keep them alive over the next little bit of time. A couple of drones dead. The adepts will shade into the main base, or at least threaten to. A couple of links across the map will not do much. We're going to get into this main base. There's a few roaches here, but like I say, this is taking so long to clean up. Solar continues to spam Ling Roach behind this. There's a robo facility from Classic, and that's important. Because the robo facility allows you to go into the Immortals. That keeps you very safe in case it's a Roachling counterattack from Solar to come in after these adepts are finally dealt with. More adepts just showed up as well. There's that round of drones. He was on 46 workers and he droned to 7 or 8 extra. And those 7 or 8 drones with the minerals he kind of needed to just spam like 6 roaches immediately instead of just 2. And that would have nullified a lot of this, but unfortunately, that's not going to be enough. And it looks like we might be getting some PvP in the finals today, guys, as it is looking as though Classic just gets way too much damage done. Solar's going to start droning. He starts roach speed. If I'm Solar right here, I'm expecting him to kind of build like to 50 drones maybe, and then spam units and just try and send it with roach speed finishing. But the reality is he might not get that chance. A bunch of extra gates coming up from Classic. No follow-up. There's going to be an Immortal Sentry Adept follow-up, so Solar needs a drone and then just spam units and just hope he can hold. It's pretty doomed. Well, it's going to be seeing the drones and that roach speed continuing in. Just going to be seeing the adepts coming about as well. All comes out over the side. Just going to be seeing the queen and the roaches. So a couple queens and the roaches coming around as well. Going to be having that prism still coming about. A couple pylons coming through. And roach speed and the roaches continue to come around as well. Overseer coming to move around. The Sentry Adept and the Immortal going to go around the left-hand side. Overseer gets picked off. Just stepping forward for a couple of moments. A couple of roaches. The missile upgrade coming by. The Ravagers are coming online as well. This is going to be rough for Solar. You don't take damage like this early and then deal with this kind of an attack. As Classic is full throttle going into this third base and looking to book himself into the finals against herO for back-to-back herO versus Classic finals in WARDITV Mondays. herO lost last week to Classic 3-2. And Classic will be looking to go back-to-back this week in the same matchup in the finals. PvP and versus herO. Classic gets to move on through into that finals matchup of WARDITV Mondays 80. And we will get straight to that as soon as these guys are viewed up. We're not going to be waiting around too much. As Classic looks for his 8th win, herO looks for his 20th. Classic's actually getting that number up there, man. So losing out, this was his chance to make it to a 7th ever Monday Fandle. Not to be, as he falls 1 map short to Classic. And yeah, Classic herO was again the finals last week as well. It's been actually the finals a few times actually in this tournament series. Classic and herO. Classic has played against herO in weekly number 34 finals, which he won. He played against herO in the weekly number 67 finals, which he won as well. He then lost to herO in the 71 finals, but won in the 79 finals. So he's 3-1 against herO in Monday Cup finals. So, yeah, very cool stuff. PvP best of 5 coming up here, guys. Should be a fun one as we get this ready to go in just a couple. Let's wait for them to video up and we'll get straight to it. Man, people are mad today. Okay, so some of you guys in chat are getting feisty. Chill. It's alright, calm down. Hey. Alright, best of 5 PvP coming up, guys. This has been a lengthy day. Been fun. Just wait for Classic and herO to host us up and take us away. Get this started. Schedule for the week, by the way: tomorrow, WARDITV Team League; Wednesday, Kung Fu Cup; Thursday, WARDITV Team League replays, and then I'm going to be off on Friday, Saturday, Sunday. I'm off over the Easter weekend. So, yeah, I'll be off then, just to let you guys know. And we'll be back on Monday next week. So basically 4 days straight, and then off this weekend, and then back to the grind. April's going to be busy. May's going to be busy. So yeah, it gets very busy soon. So we're going to be on a lot of streams. Alrighty guys, we are just waiting for the classic hero videos to be done. We can kick this PvP off. What's up, Dollar Admiral? How you doing? Hello, hello. Good to see you. Only going to be the opening map. I'll get this hosted up, see who's going to join us here. Need herO. Is a very important addition to this series. So we need herO first before anything else. We should be able to get this going soon. Alright, ready. Ready up is being called, so we should be good to go in a couple. As we get ready to go. So Classic looking for back-to-back Monday Cup wins. herO looking for his 20th Monday Cup victory. herO actually hasn't won in a while. I was just in the finals last week and before that hadn't been in the finals since he won in edition 73, but that was one of the longer gaps of herO winning that's happened. So yeah, let's see if Classic can get a back-to-back victory then in this PvP best of 5. In the bottom left-hand side, the red Protoss player to start us off in this finals will be Classic, looking to do the back-to-back. Like I say, in the top right side, looking to take down his 20th Monday Cup title. It is herO. Alright, game 1 of the series, away we go. We kick this off and get this rolling. To begin with, we get the start. Alright, so we see what herO and Classic have to give us in the world of PvP. 2 gateways each to start us off initially, at least, so we'll get that underway as a starting point. And yeah, a couple of gates coming through on both sides, just initially getting that underway. Going to see the probes. We'll chase the other probes for a couple moments. Probe chasing the other probe around, just taking a chance to move across for a couple moments. Just gonna see the pro moving about. A couple stalkers gathering around, taking a couple seconds here. Trying to see where we can get to just initially. Well, stalkers, it's going to be seeing the move up to the upper right side, so it's going to go across for a couple of moments. And we having a little bit of a catch here. It's going to be herO who loses his stalker a little bit sooner, which means that he will get the stalker kill in return, but then Classic obviously has the health advantage here. The recalls are good though, so that stalker lives. A little bit lower on HP, but otherwise all good for now. Stalkers, sentries are coming about, just going to be having the Stalkers warping in, and we are going to be having herO enough to kind of hold this back for the moment, so we push that away. And we are going to see the robot facility in the Nexus continue to come through. By the Council of the Nexus from Classic, so two different styles of play here, with herO obviously looking for kind of the more kind of defensive setup with the Immortals, kind of more power in the army, whereas there's going to be a lot more mobility on the side of Classic with the Blink Stalkers. And hence a lot more activity likely to happen on the map. He's going to be the one that probably moves around trying to make a couple things happen over the course of this. Two Stalkers, two Sentries gather up. You're going to be seeing the herO moving into that natural. Gathering back around there. Prism and a couple extra Stalkers coming through. The Adepts are going to shade. And the Stalkers and that Blink continue to come by just for a couple of moments. Probes coming by, Observer coming up. Stalker still very much so chasing after the Adept for a few moments there, and we'll see the Adept still shading. Back to that upper right-hand side. So again, moving across there, extra Stalkers coming over, Blink on the way. Settle down as we do have the Prism, obviously from herO. So that's one thing you do get. You get the mobility of the Prism and the opportunity to harass with that, so that's going to be something herO tries to utilize as we take the two Adepts inside. I'm going to bring those over to try and make something happen as the Adepts move in toward the main base here. Single Stalker chasing the Prism down. Obviously, we produce some Immortals behind us, and that's going to be what kind of gives you the sturdy force, and that will help you defend against the Stalkers when they get aggressive. Typically, you'd expect Classic to be the player who gets to a third base more easily here because he's obviously able to kind of hold the map control of the Stalkers. That's typically a pretty big positive as well, so maybe expecting something like that to come around. And just see those Stalkers coming about. There's going to be another gateway coming into place just for a moment. The Adepts get in. The Prism has to evacuate itself, so the Adepts just go down, but two probes. It's not bad. Makes it 3. Actually shaded into the main base to get a little bit more done over there. Actually gets 4. Wow, this Adept did not get cleaned up for a while. Sorry, I thought it was already going down. I just presumed it was going to die on the shade, and then it got one more. It's like, okay, surely it dies now. It did not die then. It kept itself going for a bit. Not bad at all. There's a couple Stalkers in the gateway continuing through. The extra couple of gates coming about. And we're going to see a fake Immortal at the front here. Oh. Yeah, that was fake, so not really a big deal. I was wondering if herO was going to be set up to kind of take advantage of that, right? Where it was like, oh, I blink in for the fake Immortal, then bam, hero's like, cool, you just blinked, force fields, my own real Immortal's actually going to fight. It felt like Classic fell for the bait, but herO forgot to actually set the trap, you know? So, yeah, a little bit of maybe a missed opportunity. At the end of the day, herO is going to be very safe here still and keeping those Stalkers at bay. And I don't think Classic's going to find a way to break through. Now, he is going to go charge, because obviously the next step for him is get Zealots up, get those Zealots out, and they can obviously try and deal with the Immortals and just tank against the Immortals. We are going to see the Stalkers looking to pop some barriers, moving through for a couple of moments as well. Just going to see that charge still building up. Just going to see the extra gates in the Nexus. building buying through as well. Are you seeing the Stalkers and Immortals gathering through? See the Stalkers coming around here, just going to be seeing the jump onto a couple of these Immortals. So Immortals going to get jumped on, the other Stalkers are going to be there. This is a big fight for herO. The Immortals did so much damage initially. Can Classic change this up at the tail end of this fight? He has a little bit less army supplies, less workers overall too, by the way, as he actually blinks forward to try and capitalize on this. No nearby warp-ins from herO, at least, so Classic can maybe be okay for now. We warp in a couple more units. Supply's going to catch up for Classic. This felt good for herO, and he still does come out 5 workers ahead as the third bases start to mine, so in that regard, it should even out to be quite nice. Stalks keep coming through, a couple of Zealots and the Stalks and everything continue to chase. It's going to be seeing the Prism going to be there. It's going to get blinked on as well, so it's just going to be a nice grab. And we see those Stalkers continue to trade out for a little bit. A few more Stalkers keep going down. The Sentries in trouble. I think this one is kind of getting to be more than likely a GG, guys. I think we're getting to that sort of a point. The extra Stalkers come around, and that is going to be herO just with way too much of a supply advantage. He's going to go Glaives from here, funnily enough. I don't think it's necessary. I think he could probably just do his Stalkers right now, but yeah, he is not going to do that just yet. Stalkers and the rest continue to come around, just seeing what else is going on. Just going to have ourselves like Glaives coming through here, so we get that continue to come about. Just going to see, yeah, Resonating Glaives, a couple of gates continuing through, so we can get that underway. A couple of probes coming about. And Stalkers joining up. Just going to see the Glaives and everything continue to come by. Going through for the moment. It's going to be seeing the extra depth still warping in here, so again, get that underway. And everything joining together. Big push down to that bottom left-hand side for the next few moments as well. Get that going. Get that set up. Stalkers, I'm going to try and fight this from Classic. There's just so little chance, because even if it was a Stalker on Stalker fight, I think he loses. Never mind, all these Adepts are going to be tanky and absolutely impossible to kill. And that's going to be pretty much it. Stalkers keep trading. There's a ton of probes going down. Once these Zealots and Stalkers keep moving through, a few more probes keep on dropping. The Stalkers get underneath, the Prism will die as well. It's going to just be another nice catch, and GG is called. Classic taps out of this one to give herO the 1-0 lead in the best of 5. Nice, clean, and easy. Alrighty, we will go to game 2 as soon as the players are ready. I'll just run some ads now, guys, and it just means if we have a longer game, we're safe. And if we have a shorter one, we just don't have to run it after the next game. So I'll just run the ads now instead. Get back to this matchup in just a couple moments as Classic and herO sees herO taking the 1-0 lead. Was that true last week as well? He took the first map last week when they played. I feel like herO got ahead and Classic brought it back. Yeah, herO won the first map last week and then Classic brought it back over time. It was a fun one last week. Hoping this PvP is the same. Would not hate 5 maps. We'll take 5 maps of StarCraft if we can get it, obviously. Oh. Just waiting for Classic to join us. He was in the replay for a second, so. Oh, Classic hosted White Rabbit, but it's herO's hosted Winter Madness. Who is correct? Who is wrong? Alright, herO's code looks as though we're good. And get this started off. Game number 2, Winter Madness coming in on this one, guys. In the top left-hand side, our red Protoss player is going to be herO. And he is up a game against Classic in the bottom right, our blue Protoss player. Let him try and bring this back. Let's see where Winter Madness goes. Just waiting for the ads to fall off. And we're going to do the final sellout of the day. Prepare yourselves. It's coming. It's coming. Do-do-do-do-do. Alright, so we actually do have a little proxy coming up. Looks like Classic can keep a probe there, so you actually probably will do something with that. But just while we get into this, guys, just want to make a quick mention, of course, this is WARDITV Mondays. If you've been enjoying the show today, consider supporting the channels. Whether that's a like and a sub on the YouTube for free, or if you're over on Twitch, hit the follow button, or going one step further, if you've got a Prime sub available, it's always appreciated. And of course, I urge you to just sub in general anyways. It allows us to keep on running these tournaments. These tournaments are funded by your support. And the best way to fund these tournaments, if you want to really get in deep and really help support the prize pools of these events, is to check out the Patreon page at patreon.com/WARDITV. 100% of anything that gets pledged on Patreon goes directly into tournament prize pools. We even make up any of the transaction fees to help cover that. So anything you pledge, if that's $5, that is definitely $5 that goes into the prize pool of the tournaments. Which obviously is a big plus because it means that you guys can directly support the players that are obviously putting out the great games, and we can keep them playing StarCraft 2 for as long as possible. So check out the Patreon, subscribe, and all the rest if you can. We really appreciate it. And yeah, thank you so much for Fletch SC2 coming in with a 3-month resub on the Prime. I appreciate you. Thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you so much. Now we are going to see the Stargate is going to get the Oracle out. Ooh, we're going to turn and activate onto the Stalkers. It's funny because the two Stalkers from here are very close to join in, but the two Stalkers of Classic help you to actually get the kill here. So Oracle's going to have to turn in a moment. He does finish that Stalker off. Does he have enough firepower to win the Stalker on Stalker fight now? So far, this is very good for Classic. He gets his Oracle finished. He gets himself into a Stalker advantage. Now he just ran into... There's another couple Stalkers just showed up, though. So now Classic actually ends up in some trouble. He will kill one more Stalker, so it's going to be 3 for 2 in the end. Not as good as 2 for 0 initially, but I guess it was always going to be hard to get those Stalkers back home. Unfortunately, that's going to be the problem of this. Well, here's Stalker setting up. The Prism's going to be here as well. Going to be having a couple of Stalkers in the Immortal gathering up. The Immortal just going to be on the Robo facility for a couple moments as well, so we get that on the go. Stalker and the Immortal continue to gather about, so we take a few moments. You can see the Stalkers and the Silk continue to gather about. Stalker's coming through, just going to be seeing the Immortal is going to be there to try and fight. There's going to be some of the probes going to pull in. So herO coming into this in Classic survive. He's obviously up the expansion. Oh, that Immortal nearly goes down for herO. We're going to have to try and get rid of that. If we can get rid of that Immortal, that would be huge, but it's surviving. The Prism of Classic obviously important in this defense, but he gave up so many workers. So he's down by 13 workers, and he might be up by the expansion, but I just don't think there's going to be enough here overall, because herO should be able to outbuild him quite seriously at this stage. And that Immortal of herO was so low. It obviously went down in the end, but man, it stayed alive for a while. And that extra little bit of damage it gets done because it stays alive for a bit is just so annoying. Because then it just does so much while it should be dead. Again, that's the power of extremely good Prism Micro. Next, and the batteries continue to come through. So you're going to be seeing the Stasis Ward catching. We've seen the Prism continue to poke around. I mean, Classic's still down by 11 workers. So herO just expanding and going into like the Stargate to get Phoenix out against the Immortal drop. Pretty much just secures that Classic can't get enough to do enough to bring this back at this point. Again, the Prism coming back over. Again, the Phoenix and the Immortal continue to gather together. Well, Nexus and the Phoenix still coming about. A couple extra probes coming through. We do have ourselves, like I say, the chance for Classic to try and rebuild, but herO is doing well. Okay. What herO does have is going to finish the next. He'll still have a 5-worker lead. Yeah, I mean, you know what? Maybe it's not as crazy of an advantage as... I mean, it does seem pretty good now. 10 army supply, 4 workers. The Phoenix is massive as well, because the Phoenix really nullifies a lot of what Classic can do. Whereas herO can do stuff like this, and Classic can't really afford like a Phoenix of his own to kind of deny herO's harassment. So then Classic's just the one that constantly deals with harassment through the game as well. I think it is actually very seriously in herO's favor right now then, as Prism just going to sit there. It's a fake Phoenix, so it can watch it sitting there, but it can't actually do anything to stop it. It can just keep an eye on when it maybe moves once again. There's the Oracle from Classic that's going to get caught now as well, so... yeah. There's the sad part about the Stargate being proxied, right? Because if the Stargate wasn't proxied, maybe you could have made your own Phoenix, and then that Prism can't be anywhere near as annoying, but obviously there's a reason you proxy it to try and get more value in the first place, and in this case, unfortunately just went wrong. An investment that was not quite worth it in the end. Couple Phoenix moving back over the sides. We're going to see this hallucination still poking for a little bit as well. It's just going to be continuing through for a little while, just trying to keep an eye on this then. I mean, it's just annoying because I keep hearing it shooting. My brain keeps going into, oh my god, Phoenix attack, but that's just a fake Phoenix doing nothing. herO's going to go Glaives. Again, he's just continuing to do things which in theory there's no defense for Classic, because Classic is just behind enough that he can't really change the outcome of where this is going to, so... a couple Stalkers there going to deny the Phoenix as well, push them back the other way. There's the Prism showing back up also. Just going to try and, again, just stay active, right? Just poke in, try and get some damage done. There's not really much that can kind of, shut this down, by Classic, so herO's very safe to do it unless he messes up the micro himself or misjudges the situation, which I think herO has enough belief in himself that he's not going to do that, essentially, right? We'll just be seeing the Resonant Glaives coming about. The Immortal on the Nexus still coming through. A couple of Immortals unload on the natural. Blink building, pile on the Nexus on the way. And get that added on here. The Phoenix going to come back around. Still got the Blink Chrono boosting on the Twilight. We're going to get in after a couple of probes already. 2-3 workers going down initially. Again, it's going to be having a Nexus in the... the rest of this continue to come around, so we just come through for a couple of moments still. A lot of units still gathering just about the front. We take a couple seconds there. I'm going to adapt the battery coming through. The blinkers on the way. We got it on the Nexus, and it's going to be seeing the extra Stalkers coming up as well. It's going to pop the Guardian Shield. Phoenix going to try and go for the Prism. Not quite going to be able to do too much. I mean, here it is on a 20 supply lead. We are going to have Blink available here from Classic, so that's something at least, but he's also down by 3 Immortals. I mean, hard to really paint a picture where it's like, well, this is what Classic needs to do to bring this back, because there's just not really like a feasible way for that to happen, you know? Like, it's one of those boring scenarios where it's like, well, it's just maybe too far gone, and this might just already kind of be coming to a close, unfortunately. Bunch of Adepts will shade forward. Force field's going down. He's going to grab that Stalker. He's going to be seeing this other Stalker going down as well. And again, Immortal and the Stalker continue to come about. Just going to be seeing a couple of gates going through. The Adepts are going to try and make that shade down, as you are going to be seeing the Adepts making their way into the natural expansion for the next couple of moments. Not going to commit through to that. Again, the Immortals, the Sentries coming around here right now. The Adepts are going to shade once again. A couple of Force fields come down to block those Adepts in. Those get picked off very quickly and easily. As the Adepts get back over to that left-hand side, just going to be seeing the Adepts still coming by. The Stalks will come through. And we're going to have ourselves the Phoenix still trying to get a little bit more done. The Adepts come about. Immortal taking some more damage. Sentry's getting grabbed. There's a lot of units from herO coming down this right-hand side. And this is going to be the fight which probably ends it. Because if nothing else, we're going to kill the third base. And then Classic, without a third base, is kind of doomed anyway. The Adepts are going to threaten to shade by. They don't have to. They probably could if they wanted to. I think the Immortals are going to do enough on their own. The Immortals going to get dove on without Adepts in front. Still doesn't seem to matter. The Immortals are shredding Stalkers. Classic supply plummeting, and herO is a map away from his 20th WARDITV Monday victory. Obviously, that's a pretty sizable number, because that would mean he'd won 25%, 1 in 4 of these cups. When you consider herO didn't win one of these cups for a long time in the first place as well, I think that's always one of the crazier things to me. Yeah, like when you actually look through the Monday history, it took a while for herO to get a win. I think he won his first one in like edition 15. So, yeah, he had a couple finals before then. I think it was like back-to-back finals, and then he won one. But, yeah, that's kind of a crazy thing. And so we will get ready to go into White Rabbit here for Game 3 and see whether or not Classic can pull it back at all, or if herO is just going to run away with this finals. It was a longer day, and this finals is starting to just kind of steamroll through. Let's hope we maybe get a bit of resistance. So we get close to closing this out and wrapping this one up. Alright, in we go. In the bottom left-hand side, with the 2-0 lead, the red Protoss player is herO. Up against the blue Protoss in the top right corner, we've got Classic. Alright, so we will see where we go for Game 3 as herO. For a panel on the low ground, he has no intention of cannon rushing because he has no forge. So what are we trying to do? Yeah, well, just a fake out, just to try and force some probes to the low ground, get Classic a little bit scared and nervy at the start of this game 3 now. No real intention, no real kind of commitment through to do much else there. Probes coming around for a couple of moments, we move that over. Get a lot of that brought in. Just for a couple of moments, the probe's going to be nibbling around for a little bit. And on we go. Trying to see where we go to. A couple of probes going to pass each other by for a few moments. We're just going to get that started. This underway. Figure out what it is that we can maybe try and make happen over the course of this one. And a couple of depths in that warp gate all building about. Nexus Sentry in the warp gate coming up and online as well, so we bring so much of that through for the moment. This probe just steps to the front and will be ready to expand. So Classic looks as though he wants to throw an expansion down in this match. Again, not walling at the front, afraid of kind of, any build orders here, which are typically going to create a situation where... essentially create a situation where the units can kind of poke at the front and kind of pick away at those gates on the high ground. So leaves the door open to the main, but at the benefit of not having to worry about things in certain scenarios. It's, like I say, it's a bit of a sometimes a benefit kind of scenario, I guess. As we continue through and just look to see where we want to go. It's a Stargate from herO. I mean, he's already expanded up in this game, so he's again just playing the... It's a 1-gate expand as well, so that pylon kind of throwing Classic off into a little bit of a scary position, and then you have yourself just actually expanding. Stargate about to be done. Let's see what Classic can do with 4 depths. Going to try and threaten to do something as he pokes in or shades in at the front at the very least. So trying to move through for a couple of moments there, trying to see what's going on. We've seen the Adepts coming around. Just going to be seeing the Sentry and the Stalker still coming about as well. A couple of Adepts going to get through. The Sentry going to get jumped on very quickly, so it's going to be taking a bunch more damage. I'm seeing a couple of probes in the battery coming online as well, so we're bringing that into play. So that's going to be seeing the Twilight Council continue to produce through as well. Coming about for that, the Sentry's the Adept and the Stalker coming back over again. Get a lot of this on the way through for the moment. Just set this into position. We have 4 probes, so it is going to be herO not just on a faster expand, but now the one dealing damage as well. And he's looking solid in this PvP. There is the Dark Shrine from Classic. That's going to be the real dictator of if he gets back in this game, I think, or not. See the Adepts getting grabbed. Just going to be seeing the probe still wrapping around. This Adept here as well. 2 Stalkers will be there. The Adept will fall. So the Adept drops already. We've seen the blinks coming up on both sides. The DTs are going to be dealt with by the Revelations, so that part is already looking pretty reasonable. Yeah, it just feels though like if the DTs aren't going to do much here, then this is rough. Another Revelation. We will catch 2 probes, 3 probes. It's something, but it's not a lot, is it? Gates, Nexus, dogs continue to come through. We're not going to find the pylon here. This is the problem as well. You proxied everything to hide it away, and now it's just going to get cleaned out, so then you don't have access to a Dark Shrine or a Gateway, and it's just another thing you fall behind in. His hero sets almost double army supply to his opponent, drops the third base down. Okay, the third is faster from Classic, but what do you do about the double army supply lead that hero holds? Probably not a whole lot of anything, in all honesty, right? Like, you're probably just going to be in trouble here, I think is the sad reality of this situation. I think we're just going to end up in trouble. He's going to move up. A few hallucinations going to be there. We go back and forth a little bit. Next is the cannon, the probe, and the +1 attack upgrade coming through. A couple more force fields coming down. Sentry is getting picked away at. Just going to see Stalker still pushing through. Blinking to the other side. Classic is not going to have anything he needs to deal with this. He's going to pull a few probes in, but herO has the numbers. herO has his 20th WARDITV Monday victory. He takes it 3-0 for revenge from last week when he lost to Classic 2-3. And today he just looked absolutely unstoppable in this PvP. Clean, simple, and easy. herO gets to be the victor today. And will 3-0 Classic to be the champ. Like I say, for the 20th time, he is the Monday Cup champion. And again, the overall standings in the WARDITV Mondays. Clem at 22 wins. MaxPax at 21. And herO will now sit at 20 victories. The little race at this top end of the Monday Cups has been very close for a while, but herO has kept on chipping away at it. And he is very close, I think, to pushing himself into a higher up position very soon. Alrighty, guys, I appreciate you all tuning in. It's been an absolute pleasure to bring you guys a WARDITV Monday, part of course, the WARDITV 2026 series. 2026 series is resuming in full swing soon because we are going to have the WARDITV Spring Championship coming up. We haven't really talked about this much lately, but obviously we've been doing Team League instead. But we are also continuing to gather points up for the WARDITV 2026 series through these Monday Cups. So if you want to take a peek at this, obviously the winter season wrapped up, but we're in the spring season right now. Obviously these are points that players are earning throughout the course of the year. And then you have a look at the spring portion of it. You can see who is already looking very good to potentially qualify themselves in for some tournament action in the near future with MaxPax, Classic, Clem, Solar, Bion. I mean, herO will be up there now, and he'll be on 12 points after today, so the spring season's starting off strong, and a lot of players starting to earn some points towards that spring championship qualification. So that's all going on, guys. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us today. It's been an absolute pleasure. I hope you've all had fun. Again, one more shout out to check out the Patreon page, patreon.com/WARDITV. So much of what we do on the channel comes through to the Patreon, and it really does help us so much. It allows us to do so much more. Like I say, we're approaching the $2,000 per month marker right there, and you can get access to replay packs and more as well. So if you want to check that out, it really does help us out. It allows us to run all of these StarCraft 2 tournaments that you see on the channel. And like I say, this week we're back with Team League tomorrow and Thursday, and then we're going to be on the Kung Fu Cup on Wednesday. I'm actually off Friday, Saturday, Sunday this week. It's one of my last days off in a while. You might be thinking, "What do you keep taking days off?" I know, terrible. But after this weekend, I'm streaming most days for the entirety of April. Like, there's a string in April where I'm live for like 20 days in a row or something. So I'm just taking a couple of weekends and days here and there when I can. So yeah, we're going into big overdrive kind of busy mode in April and May, and there's a lot of stuff planned in May and June, by the way. So we're gonna have loads of StarCraft 2 for you guys. It's gonna be very, very busy. So yeah, it's gonna be it's gonna be busy times. So we got lots of StarCraft 2 coming up. Like I say, support the channels if you can. We appreciate it. And if you want to support the channel, like I say, sub up, follow and like, subscribe, all the buttons, they help a bunch. I appreciate you all. You guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for some WARDITV Team League. Some great matches tomorrow, by the way. Classic versus MaxPax, Maru versus Classic as well. There's some good matches tomorrow, guys. There are some good matches tomorrow. Cool. I appreciate you guys. You guys have a great rest of your day. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Ciao.